Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. I don't know what the hell was wrong with my microphone in yesterday's episode. Somehow it went all the way up to 200 or something. Please do warn me next time. That was way too loud. I was just incidentally listening to yesterday's show and I was just too loud. Please, someone warn me when something like that happens. Um, that being said, it was a very good day today. I finally got to read the How to Spend It supplement from the Financial Times weekend. There was a beautiful feature with Sir Jackie Stewart, who is, of course, an absolute legend in motorsports, period. Three-time champion in Formula One and an ambassador of Rolex for 55 years and still going strong. There was this photograph of him showing the case back of his 116-500 LN with the black dial that was gifted to him in 2016, which is when Rolex had introduced the now discontinued 116-500. And it commemorates the 50th anniversary as well of Jackie Stewart's win in the Monaco Grand Prix. Such little imperfections make the world go round. They have engraved first Formula One win, Monaco Grand Prix, but if memory serves, now I might be wrong as well, Jackie Stewart's first Formula One win was actually in 1965 in the Italian Grand Prix in Monza. So that's a little bit of a mix-up there, but it was at least his first triumph in the Monaco Grand Prix. So perhaps that's what they simply meant. But it was an absolutely sweet discussion. So I want to go through that with you, but I posted about some of his achievements and some highlights from his collaboration, from his involvement with Rolex on my Instagram. That would be always sweet if you followed me on Instagram as well, if you're just subscribed to this channel. It does make a small difference. These things kind of snowball at a certain point. Not that I expect to go viral, but one or two followers that I add on either side make a huge difference for me, since these platforms are still growing. But one thing that I wanted to share with you about Jackie Stewart's involvement with Rolex, which of course spans more than 55 years as an ambassador, which goes, of course, even further back, because one of his team owners, after his performance in Indy 500, actually gifted him a Rolex day date in, I think that was 1966. But he signed up with Rolex as an ambassador on April 28, 1968, on the same day, together with two very important names: the famous Olympian, skier, and stuntman Jean-Claude Killy, and the late Arnold Palmer, the golf champion. So imagine, I mean, what a star-studded lineup, what a cohort to be part of. That's the kind of singular sportsman that Jackie Stewart is, and that's the kind of company that Rolex is. It's pretty amazing. And here is the Daytona, which apparently he still owns and cherishes, which Rolex gifted him when he won at Monaco again in 1971. And it is a 6263 with a silver dial and black chronograph registers, as iconic and as canonical as it gets when it comes to the so-called Panda. And I really love that Rolex brought back this thinner and, in my opinion, more elegant look for the tachymeter bezel with the new bezel ring for the 126-500. To me, it's this timeless design that the new Daytona series evokes. That the case has gotten bigger may become a concern. At any rate, I'm not really a modern Rolex guy. I usually appreciate them from a distance, but aesthetically, I really, really like it a lot. And I'm gonna share the link to the video I did when the lineup first came out. But I want to take a little look with you to the how to spend it supplement, because first of all, there's a piece about the horological high school from France that we kind of talked about in passing before. This is the Lycée Edgar Faure, inside the Hogwarts for horologists. Great piece written by Brian Ing. And of course, there is the section called the Aesthete, which is a conversation with Jackie Stewart, headlined "In Another Life, I Would Have Been a Beatle." And the guy certainly knows how to rock a pair of pants in racing green. I mean, what an absolute icon this man is. The only remaining champion from the 60s in Formula One, an absolutely global treasure. And I do want to read a few lines at least of this conversation, because it's really chock full of just style inspiration as well. Here's the photograph of that case back for his black dial 116-500. Here's that first Rolex that he ever bought, that he actually put on a racing green padded crocodile strap and matched with actual Rolex cufflinks, crown on green enamel, I believe. That being said, that might not be actually that original day date. It looks much more modern. And in fact, it looks like one of those pieces that was made to that were sold on the leather strap with the matching deployant clasp. So I might have been off there for a little bit, but still an absolutely amazing piece there as well. And here is a little peek into his fridge, apparently, which is full of Mars bars and other confectionery. Hey, JJ, Basil, and of course, Jake Brooks. JB, how are you doing, man? Yeah, the watch, Rolex, the hands, Jean Claude Killy. That was a legendary advertisement for the Explorer 2, 1655. I'll try to bring that up in a little bit, perhaps, but let's read a little bit from Sir Jackie Stewart. He says in this conversation with Tim Old, my personal style signifiers are Douglas Hayward suits and George Cleverly shoes. The highest part of my racing career was the 60s and 70s, which was a fantastic period for music and fashion. At that time, I was a little bit, what would I say, colorful, and I always had my suits made by Doug in Mount Street. Sadly, he's no longer with us. It was more than a tailor's establishment. It was where everyone met up. Michael Parkinson went there, the Rothschilds, and Ralph Lauren. Doug got me into George Cleverly, and I must have about 40 pairs of his shoes. Luckily, I'm in the same shape and the same weight for my shoes and my suits. I'm still wearing them, so it's been a long term relationship. I think that's actually probably the most difficult part of style to master, but perhaps most valuable and most integral to stay in the same shape, so you can actually get that lifelong value out of your wardrobe, especially if you are spending a lot on clothing, on shoes, which I tend to do at least. So that's one big encouragement that you can have. That's part of the motivation to have the drive to continue to work, to continue to work out, and to stay in shape. The best car I've ever owned, Jackie Stewart says, was a red 60s E Type Jaguar. It was the most beautiful car in the world and probably still is. Sir William Lyons created it and almost destroyed the Italian designers because it was so beautiful. That's a very good one. The place that means a lot to me, continues Jackie Stewart, is the Western Highlands of Scotland. Most of the time, I live in Switzerland, and my home there overlooks Mont Blanc and Lake Geneva, and it's beautiful. But the Western Highlands have no competitor. When it's up, it's the most beautiful, and when it's down, it's the most threatening. And every year, I still go there, Stewart continues, usually with my sons, and just drive from the top to the bottom. Here's the kicker: the best souvenir was a Rolex Daytona watch that I was given when I won the Monte Carlo Grand Prix in 1971. That's the watch I showed on my Instagram. That was a big deal for me, and I still have it. It's the 6263 with the silver dial. If we want to take a very quick look again, it's this watch. The other was when I did well at Indianapolis in 1966. He had to retire from the lead with about 9 laps to go. The Texan, John Meekham Jr., who owned the team I drove for, was so pleased with my position that he took me to Houston and bought me a solid gold Rolex day date. I'd never had anything like that in my life at that cost. It was crazy. And in another 2 years, he had the opportunity to sign with Rolex as an ambassador as part of a cohort, as I mentioned, that included the late Arnold Palmer as well as Jean-Claude Killy. This is a funny one as well. The last thing Jackie Stewart bought and loved was an evening jacket. I had an accident, Stewart says, with my usual one. I was at Gary Horner's birthday party, and there was a candle behind me, and I didn't see it, and it burned the backside of my velvet evening jacket. So I have just had a new one made by Anderson and Shepherd. Amazing. Here's a great one, and it also highlights one of the celebrities that Jackie Stewart leads. The best book I've read in the past, Stewart says, is my autobiography, Winning is Not Enough, from 2007. I had never read it. I was amazed because it's got such fantastic memories and such people in it. As you can see, Jackie Stewart is not only a legend, he is also extremely humble. So his autobiography has fantastic memories and such important people in it, like the Queen Elizabeth, Sir William Purves, who was the chairman of HSBC, of course, the legendary members of Team Lotus, Immortals, Jim Clark, and Graham Hill. As I finished it, Stewart continues, I was several times ready for tears. I'm dyslexic and I don't read a lot, he continues. I couldn't tell you how many books I've attempted to read. Jackie Stewart is the president for Dyslexia Scotland, by the way, which raises awareness around the issue of dyslexia and works for dyslexics in Scotland. Alistair MacLean was a good friend, and I used to read his books, Stewart says. He would give to me large print editions. And he's going to talk about another charity that he leads at the very end. The best gift I've ever been given was from Ken Tyrrell when I retired from motor racing. He gave me the Tyrrell that I won my first world championship with. It was a terrible car. He said that I used to say it was like a heap of dung. So at the end of my retirement event, he said, this is my gift to you. I know it's a heap of dung, but it's the best I can give you. My favorite song, Jackie Stewart says, is The Long and Winding Road by the Beatles. Of course, The Winding Road was part of my life. Elton John is still a favorite, and so is Pink Floyd. This is his barn where he still keeps his racing cars. And this is his stash of candy bars in the fridge. In my fridge, he says, you'll always find Mars bars. He also says, I've recently discovered a photograph of my father. This is also beautiful. Right here is the photograph he's talking about. In it, he's a mature man, and I think he's just about to put down his pipe. That's my little treasure. He had a garage. My mother was the best driver in the family, but without my father, there wouldn't have been a garage. It was small and modest, but it produced my brother, who was a racing driver, and then myself, a little bit of a racing driver as well. It's still in existence at Dumbarton, Scotland, and I go in there every time I'm up there. And there is his 1972 trophy, if I'm not mistaken. 71, sorry, World Championship trophy from the FIA. These are his late dogs, apparently. He loves dogs, dog person. I have a collection of paintings, Stuart adds, by the Scottish colorists who all came out of the Glasgow School of Art, where my mother went to. I've also got a Landseer of Sir Walter Scott, which is a big picture. It's worth more than all the others put together. He also adds, one thing I couldn't do without is my dogs. I've got two Norfolk Terriers, Jack and Jill. I've had dogs for most of my life, and of course, I've lost them as I have my driving friends. And this part of it's kind of heartbreaking here. Of course, I've lost them as I have my driving friends. They have never been forgotten, and neither have my dogs. Neither are my dogs. Today, I get enormous strength and love from my dogs. The ones that have already passed away are Pims, Whiskey, Boss, Stewart, and Bugsy. And here's Sir Jackie Stewart with Queen Elizabeth II, the late Queen Elizabeth. This is an interesting one. My style icon, Jackie Stewart says, is King Hussein of Jordan, who I think was the greatest man I've ever known. And the other is unquestionably Queen Elizabeth, the most impressive, nicest woman I've ever known. She came to this house in Buckinghamshire many times for lunch. George Harrison would be number 3. He had the most wonderful brain, way beyond what people realize in that man. Stuart says, I'm fussy about looking after myself and keeping myself in good shape. In the mornings, I stretch for about 45 minutes. And once, sometimes twice a year, I go to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, because I think preventative medicine is better than corrective. Here's a picture of Jackie Stewart in great shape in his drawing room, wearing his Rolex Day-Date on a racing green alligator leather strap, or rather crocodile leather strap. My biggest challenge today, he says, is to find a cure for dementia. He has a charity called Race Against Dementia. So he actually works a lot in that particular area. His wife, Helen, was diagnosed 8 years ago with dementia, and his charity basically brings together young PhDs and young professors from all over the world to research for a cure. And it finally adds, the favorite room in my house is the drawing room. When I bought the house, it was only half the size it is today. I did away with a swimming pool in order to extend it. It's got good art in it and memorabilia. It's very personal, and Helen loves it too. The moment that changed everything for me, Stuart adds, was when I was told I was dyslexic and that I wasn't stupid or dumb or thick. My school life was the most unhappy time of my entire life. In a funny way, when you're dyslexic, you think outside of the box and you don't think like the so-called clever folk. A lot of very clever people are dyslexic, Stuart continues, because they are thinking in a different zone altogether. That's the story of my life for sure. Churchill, Einstein, and Leonardo da Vinci were reputedly dyslexics. Steven Spielberg is too. And in another life, I would have been a Beatle. He says, I love music, but I don't play myself. It's a fantastically creative, enjoyable, pleasure making and sometimes sad making communicator. I'm friendly with the violinist Nicola Benedetti. To see her playing her violin like that is just a toy. Or Sinatra, I thought he was fantastic, and I got to know him too. And finally, he says, the best bit of advice I've been given was under promise and over deliver from my father. It's a great feature titled The Aesthete. I would have been a Beatle in another life with Jackie Stewart in the Financial Times weekend supplement in HTSI, How to Spend It. They also have, once again, a piece on the French high school in Morteau, the Edgar Faure, which is a great hub for young watchmakers. It's also right at the Swiss border, so a lot of these people who graduate end up in many different Swiss manufacturers and beyond. Some of them become independent watchmakers themselves. We were, in fact, as you guys remember, we were talking about Thierry Ducret, who actually established his own brand after teaching in Morteau for quite some time. I think he still teaches actually there. But anyway, he has also had his independent brand for the last 5 years or so. But I highly recommend this weekend's supplement at the Financial Times. Do check it out if you love watches. There's at least 2 lovely pieces that you can read and spend time with. I just wanted to kick it off. His net worth is 50 million. Well deserved. Well deserved. This guy has been working really hard since the mid 60s at least, if not also before. All right, let's go back to a little bit of auction talk. If you have any other questions, anything watch related whatsoever, please feel free to interrupt me. I wanted to take a look at the May 30th Hong Kong auction by Bonhams. There are a lot of interesting highlights. We started looking at some of the stuff yesterday, such as this absolute peach of a dress watch by Glashütte Original from the pre-swatch era, a porcelain dial from the famous city of Meissen. Even the finishing on that chapter ring is incredible. Of course, the crossed swords in blue, which is the trademark of Meissen porcelain. This is a piece that's offered with the original presentation box and certificates. And at lot number 805, the pre-auction estimates places its value right around 7,660 in US dollars. And again, we looked at another dress watch that was a limited edition and also had a kind of arts et métiers approach. with a Clausenet enamel dial that depicts Christopher Columbus's ship, Santa Maria, in um, having come out in 1992. Of course, this was a way of commemorating the 500th anniversary of his journey. And the piece also has on the case back the line of San Marco as well. Again, the original international guarantee cards and presentation box included. This piece likewise was valued right around 7,660 in US dollars at the low end of that pre-auction estimate. I have covered the ongoing watches online auction that was out of Bonhams, New York last night. So if you want any details from that, please do check it out. And if you have any requests from these lots, please feel free to send them in with a super chat. I would appreciate it, and I will do my best to go into as much horological and historical depth as possible. Paul, we love you, man. Now tuned in to Lordy, watch poetry. I appreciate you. We try. I try my hardest. Danny, how are you? How are you? Nice to see you, man. Good to see you. Doing even better now that you're here. We're looking at lot 810, 810. This is a Roger Dubuis Golden Square. As you know, Roger Dubuis, when he established his independent brand, collaborated with Carlos Diaz, who also was a partner with Frank Müller. So a lot of his early 20th century design aesthetic can be seen in some of the models of Roger Dubuis. This is one such model that is called the Golden Square. Very much a 40 by 40 square watch with rather stubby lugs, officer style in the sense that they have screw-through spring bars. This particular piece also has a stunning mother of pearl dial with raised numerals in navy and an expression of the perpetual calendar that includes, in addition to a pointer dates between 4 and 5 o'clock, the day of the week and month that you can glimpse through 2 apertures at 12 o'clock. It also has a porthole-like opening at 3 o'clock for the leap year and a moon phase indicator between 7 and 8. Beautifully paired with a set of heat-blued spade hands. It's an acquired taste, to be fair, but what you're getting is Genevan watchmaking at its best. For Roger Dubuis, calling himself Genevan watchmaker, horloger genevois, is not just an issue of branding. He actually got all these pieces, at least in their early iterations, certified with the hallmark of Geneva. And in certain cases, this watch is not one of them. He also sent them to the observatories to be tested for chronometric precision according to highest standards. But here you can see the self-winding caliber with the full rotor actually carries the seal of Geneva, which means that it has been conceived, finished, assembled, and regulated to the highest standards that are expected from a watch that carries the hallmark. A fantastic piece of horology in either case. Better even if you like a square watch with a character and design language of its own. This is a piece from 2005 and comes as watch only, which includes the matching déployant clasp in white gold. And at its low end, the pre-auction estimates places the value of this watch right around 8,940 in US dollars. Lots 811. I know Beauvais watches have been on the ascendance lately, but there are still some deals to be had when it comes to Beauvais. And the Pininfarina chronograph is one such watch, one such category, you might say. This is a watch that has a black PVD coated stainless steel case, an exhibition case back. It is usually presented on a rubber strap, which is the case here, with matching stainless steel buckle. Of course, the aesthetic of the watch is squarely that of a conversion piece, in the sense that it looks like a pocket watch that is adapted to be worn on the wrist, which again, to me, is actually a beautiful design idea. At 45 millimeters, this might be a little unwieldy for people with smaller wrists like me, but it has, again, the additional benefits of being a pocket watch, literally, right? You take the strap off. It even has a hinge on the case back that would allow you to set it on your desk as a kind of clock. And it's really beautiful with the partially skeletonized dial. A 30-minute totalizer, the big date indicator, and the 12-hour counter. That, of course, serves as the continuous running seconds, with the chronograph seconds actually indicated by a serpentine heat blued hand that is deployed centrally. And you actually have nicely loomed alpha style hands for the hour and minutes. I think this is a very cool design. Not exactly my style, but there's a lot to be appreciated from the originality, uh, the aesthetic, and of course, the level of watchmaking that is available at this price point now, with whatever you can still snap up on the secondary market. And that's largely the case with the Pininfarina chronograph, which you see here. At its lower end, the pre-auction estimate for this Beauvais chronograph is 38,000 Hong Kong dollars, which is actually under 5K in USD, right around 4,850 in US dollars. And quite frankly, there are examples of this watch that you can find at 7,500 or below on the secondary market, specifically on Chrono 24, for example. So an interesting piece, a relative value proposition. I certainly appreciate them, even if they're not necessarily for me. And I like that modularity that allows its use as a kind of postmodern pocket watch as well. It's a beautiful idea. Parmigiani Fleurier also made certain watches like that in the past that were wrist chronographs, but had the ability to convert back to a pocket watch. At 814, we have a new revival brand by Louis Vuitton. Gérald Jantin, of course, had his own marque, had his own name among watch brands since late 60s. He continued releasing watches and other interesting designs under his brand name for decades, even as he continued also to design for other brands. And even though, especially in the 90s, a lot of his complicated pieces were very desired, quite aspirational, the retro series in the classic and also the sports iterations were, in a way, really the bread and butter of the brand. And I think here you have a, pardon me, very beautiful example and a relatively rare example, even though it is from a much later period of time. I think it's like early 2000s, so right after the Bulgari acquisition of the brand. But the salmon dial is quite rare, and it's also increasingly more difficult to find these watches on the matching bracelet. And here you have a 38 millimeter stainless steel case with that substantive, highly polished, domed bezel and a matching 5-row link style bracelet. And what you get is kind of like a more brash, more dynamic iteration of Breguet's wristwatch designs in a way. If you see the case from profile, Let's see if they have any pictures of that. Not really. You can kind of see it from here, right? The lugs have that sort of drooping profile, but it's a little more angular and shorter than Breguet's teardrop style. The case band has that fluted decoration, but it's not as fine as some of Breguet's um, expression in the wristwatch versions, and it has a beautiful domed crown with that beaded grip, which brings to mind some of the work that Gérard Jantat did for Cartier, of course, another very stylish and Parisian house. So this is certainly worth checking out. And lots 814 is one that will be sold without reserve, which means that the bidding will start at $1, one Hong Kong dollar. And at the low end, the estimate for this particular piece is a very attractive one, around 3,830 in US dollars. And the piece is actually offered with that Bulgari era presentation box. Interesting proposition at 814. A jump hour Gérard Jantat watch with a retrograde minute hand, which snaps back, snaps right up to 0 in this case at the top of the hour, even as the hour jumps to the next one. And the low end of the estimate is in excess of 3,800 in US dollars. Again, a lot of interesting designs, some of them more feminine than others by Gérard Jantat that are included in this curation. These octagonal pieces, for example, in yellow gold, that also have elements of a ship's wheel design. Gérard Jantat being always quite a fan of the interplay between various geometric shapes, being a huge fan of the octagon, which he called the most perfect circle, and of course of nautical themes, which keep coming back from the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak to the Patek Philippe Nautilus to Pasha de Cartier again and again and again. Again, if you want me to look at any of the timepieces that I skipped, please feel free to send in a super chat. Big Meech, how are you doing, man?
It is I, Sylvester the cat. Tweety Bird is has gone away, so I've got a few minutes here. I don't know if you've ever discussed this. Maybe you had at some point. And
Tell me.
I just haven't tuned in to anyone here for quite some time. But I wanted to get your initial thoughts on the Christopher Ward. I mean, let's call it for what it is. Let's drop the fucking bloody formalities. The Chapac ripoff.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
You have already said it in many ways. Look, I have talked quite a bit about Chapec's own sport watch, Antarctique, which I'm a fan of, but I also know that it's not the most original design among the bunch, right? And I understand, I respect that, there's sometimes no reason to reinvent the wheel. The integrated bracelets, luxury sports watch category is already quite crowded. And there are only so many different ways you can go with the design if you want to remain recognizable. So a lot of times what you can do aesthetically is limited to what you can achieve on the dial. And horologically, it's all about the kind of movement you can build, which in the case of Chapek is actually quite impressive, both visually and in terms of its performance, right? They have, it's a, in many ways, it's a true blood sports watch, even though it might not pass the Big Meech test. It is at least water resistant up to 120 meters. It also has a beautiful micro rotor caliber with the platinum weight, generous power reserve of more than 60 hours on a single barrel. Again, great achievement. So there are aspects of this watch, even though it is itself a little iterative, it's itself a little bit of a copycat. At least Chapek has something redeeming to present itself as high horology watch, right? It is what it is. When it comes to Christopher Ward 12, right? That's what it's called. Um, it's basically the copy of a copy of a copy, right? In the sense that Nautilus is, even if it's self-plagiarism, it's derived by the same person from the Royal Oak. And Chapek Antarctique is in so many ways is derived from the Nautilus. So what's this exactly? This is derived from the copy of a copy of a copy. It's like the comic book movies. How many times can we reboot Spider-Man?
That's actually a very interesting question to ask, but that's a conversation in itself. I don't get why everyone says this is like a Tissot knockoff. Like, I'm not seeing it. This is clearly a Chapek knockoff.
Yeah.
I feel like the Tissot crowd needs to sit the fuck down on this one. Nobody's trying to steal your mid-tier $300 watch. This is clearly a shot at trying to slide in on Chapek's turf.
And again, because I managed to highlight, perhaps in a not absolutely helpful way, one of the limited editions, but if you look at their classic Stairway to Heaven, I think they call it, dial, you can see that it's this pattern that Christopher Ward really shamelessly copied. Even the bracelet kind of looks
Oh, for sure. Like,
like,
there's nothing that Christopher Ward could come out and say, like, hey, we really wanted to have our own spin. No, they clearly knocked it from point A to point B. I don't know if like spec wise, but it's clearly just a straight up knockoff. But I find interesting is the pre-order dates. I did take a look at them. I was morbidly curious, and the pre-order ends like in November, if I read that correctly, right? I could be wrong. I was looking at it very late last night, but they are really taking their time for the pre-orders.
yeah, and July pre-order for end of July. So if you order now, you would get a watch at the end of July. That's what.
Okay, my mistake.
But another thing I want to say again, look, Christopher Ward has been doing very interesting things recently. I know people go crazy for the bel canto, and I don't hate. I think it's nice to introduce a segment, into that segment, a watch that's so affordable, even though the design language is kind of, again, cribbed from MBNF, right, with that reversed balance wheel kind of look. Fair enough. But I really enjoyed that Alliance #1, which was a collaboration that they did with Fears, which is another British watch company, and which actually made a limited edition jump hour watch using their in-house caliber, and it was to benefit again that alliance of British watch and clockmakers. I thought this was an amazing piece. I thought for the 50 people who could get the watch, it was actually a decent deal as well, for again for what it provides. Not necessarily cheap, don't take me wrong. It's almost four grand in British pounds, including the VAT. Still a lot of money, but an interesting concept, something that represents British watchmaking in an original way. So that's the kind of direction that I really appreciate from Christopher Ward. Even the Belcanto doing their own things, providing different kinds of value. But to me, rather than getting this, I would get a Tissot PRX. And I haven't gotten a Tissot PRX, and I will probably never will. But that's another matter altogether, because I don't like, having been a Royal Oak fanboy for so long and having still not acquired that, I would be doing myself injustice to settle for a derivative design. But if I'm going to get a derivative design, I would get the cheaper one. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I feel like the Tissot has somewhat of a I wouldn't. It's the wrong way to word it here, but kind of a unique design. Maybe it's because they half-assed the design intentionally here, but you can clearly tell it's a very shitty rip-off of a Royal Oak. As a matter of fact, I think the Casio actually have a better mod that replicate a Royal Oak than the actual Tissot, but that's beside the point. Um, but look, I actually did look into these. Like I said, late last night. It was like 3, 4 in the morning. I looked into
Okay.
them, and what's the average price? Like $1,500 on these? I can't remember. And I thought, you know what? These are really thin. They're like 12 millimeters thick, if I remember correctly. 12 and a half.
10
Um,
basically, 10, even less.
okay, well, fair enough. Touche. I mean, they're incredibly thin at that point. And I was thinking, like, you know what? These could have done very well. I feel like if they had just kind of kept, or maybe incorporated some of their own design here, rather than just straight up rip off another brand. I feel like they missed the mark here a little bit. I'm not saying that these aren't going to sell like hotcakes. These will definitely sell. They're going to be sold out, but they're going to sell for the wrong fucking reasons. Much like any other fucking cheap watch brand sells out for the wrong reasons. It's to replicate affordable luxury. As you know, it's fake luxury in my book because if it didn't fucking hurt, if it didn't
I
cause
mean,
the bank to hurt, it's not worth it.
look, I will end on this note. What does Christopher Ward have to do with the so-called Picasso of watchmaking? I don't remember Jaragenta having designed anything for Christopher Ward. Like, you are already eating the guy's bread. Like, don't use his likeness to, you know, promote your homage watch. That's just bad form. That's shameless. Don't use the poor guy's likeness unless you are actually paying the foundation, unless you are paying the widow. You have no right to talk about Jarajanta. I'm not gonna say much more, but that's just bad manners from
I
Christopher
wonder if
Ward.
he'll fit in me NATO strap, Lord.
I think this watch would look probably a little more original on a NATO strap rather than something they stole from Chapek, to be honest. So, um, I mean, look, even the bracelet of the watch looks like Chapek.
Oh, for
Shamelessly,
sure. It's a one for one copy. Let's call it for what it is. It's a one
I
for one copy almost.
I guess their initial is also C because it's Christopher Ward, although that's CH, not C. But anyway, I'm not gonna be too pedantic. Yeah, this is like adding insult to injury. Like, what? Why do you use Janta's picture? It's not
I
like
just
he
wanted your
designed.
general, your general thoughts on this. And again, I don't know if you've covered this or not. I've been on a loop for like several weeks here. So I just know people are going crazy for it right now. It's easy to see why, because like I said, it's affordable fake luxury, and that's that.
Yeah. Well, again, um, Tissot PRX over this, and I also, by the way, this is um, look. There's no. I don't have a problem with the Celita SW200, right? I have Celita SW210 in my new Merci, the Archie watch, which is the hand wound version, basically, for all intents and purposes. But Tissot PRX has the Powermatic 80, which is basically the same caliber, but modified to be an even bigger workhorse with 80 hours of power reserve. Um, so yeah, that's I would pay less and get the better watch. Tissot PRX all the way.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I think I don't say I think I'd rather buy the Citizens colorwave dials that are coming to America here the next couple of months. I mean,
Hmm.
yeah, those are incredibly overpriced, mind you. I think they're like $500, but at least they're their own thing for the most part.
Yep. Yeah. Tissot PRX Powermatic 80 for me all the way. I would go with that for this. Christopher Ward, Belcanto is great. If they continue to collaborate with Fears or on their own to make those jump hour watches, that could also be another great way to go. I want to see more originality from them, not more homage pieces. I thought Christopher Ward
I
has
I
moved
I
away from that.
genuinely don't think you're gonna see that here for the next several years, whether it be Christopher Ward, Seiko, or even Casio. Like clearly how do I want to word this? Clearly the lesser, no, lesser, not the more conscious, um, everyday punter wants something that replicates luxury at a affordable price, and most brands have now recognized this, and therefore they will continue to manufacture in
Right.
what I would deem replica luxury watches for that said market.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have no problem with that, and I know people eventually get tired of that very quickly because the pernicious thing about luxury, I'm not saying this as an elitist, but really as someone who is in so many ways black pilled about luxury. It's not luxury if it doesn't hurt, as the pontiff once eloquently put it. It's not luxury if it's not exclusive. People get tired of these things very fast. And as you said, um, Meech, the flavor of the month was the Moon Swatch, and then it became the Tissot PRX, and now it's Christopher Ward 12th. And in 2 months, it will be something else. And at the end of the day, people end up spending their hard earned money 500, 1,000, 1,500 bucks at a time without getting fulfilled in any meaningful way because they are not even getting that aspirational luxury that they so desperately desire because it is not exclusive. Like you said, these companies pump out these watches not by the dozen, not by the hundreds, but in thousands and more. So ultimately, people just keep moving to the next thing and spend, rather than paying $10,000 for a decent watch that can hold them over for a lifetime, they end up getting 10, 15 pieces that they can't even bother to recycle at this point.
Right,
So
and
I'm just
I'll say it though.
I'm
You
a
know
little
what?
pessimistic when it comes to that.
Right, but I'll say it because I'm mean, nasty, and vicious. Um, the quote, to summarize rather, the definition of luxury is the status of living or the quality of obtaining something that is not available to the rest of the average punters. That is the definition of luxury in a nutshell. And I certainly love to gatekeep in the watch community because without gatekeepers, this would be chaos anyways. So hopefully, like you said, brands will in some way go back to knowing their own role, in a nutshell, and producing something of their own unique design, if you will.
Look, I mean, that's why, again, you might say it's just a shtick. You might be unhappy with, especially a lot of the Grand Seiko rhetoric and even the releases themselves. But one thing, of course, Seiko started somewhere as well. But one thing you can, for the most part, not blame Seiko for at this point is not having a recognizable style of their own, right? Sure, it took time for them to cultivate it, but at least nowadays they produce watches at any price point, really, starting from a few $100 to a grand to a couple of grands to very desirable pieces that beat Swiss horology, high horology at its own game, like the Kodo Constant Force Tourbillon, for example, which won one of the awards at the last gala.
I mean,
So
sure. I mean, you
not
already know I hate
it's not,
Seiko
I
overall.
know, but I mean, it's not like, making watches that are accessible and still respectable in some way doesn't necessarily mean that you have to do almost one-to-one copies of what other people are doing without getting a copyright strike, right? That would be me.
I
Like,
agree.
I mean, it's just not, to me, I
I,
can't respect that.
yeah, I will say this. I think Seiko. I see. I don't get. See, I think that's my biggest beef with Seiko. Is Seiko gets such a massive pass for producing fake watches. I mean, they will knock out spec for spec a Patek, an FP Journe, whatever. They will knock it for one, spec for spec, and they'll just write the letter Seiko or throw the word Seiko on there and say, "Oh, it's a homage." No, it's clearly a fake. You take off that Seiko logo, you've clearly produced a fake. And I wish Seiko would really crack down on this, but I don't think they ever will. Because it's too much of a large problem to contain at this point. But hey, it is what it is, I guess. To me, it's such a lazy and unoriginal design. The whole point of modding and Seiko was like you could make this like an SK double X or whatever the hell it was, and you could make it your own. You could really make the bezel like ginormous, and you could make the bracelet on a Jubilee or whatever. To me, that's fun. There's some original thought behind that from the
Mhm.
owner. But when you knock another watch one for one, it's sad, honestly.
All right, let me respond to this super chat. Meech JB, thank you so much. 9.99. What do you estimate the hammer price will be for lots 886A? I think it will be right under 3 mil. That's my guess. The thing is, the market is at such an interesting point that on the one hand, there are only 170 pieces of this watch, and there won't be more, other than the fakes, of course, that the usual hucksters continue producing with the, homemade versions of the dial. Um, Ultimately, that's part of the appeal, right? There are only 170 pieces, and they were sold to VVIP customers, and not many people actually got their hands on them. So this is a watch that you see on LeBron James's wrist, not even the average collectors. enormous appeal for that reason. On the other hand, the market is at a strange turn, and there are a lot of these watches where a lot for that number, proportionally speaking, that are for sale around $3 million and they're not moving anywhere. I think in an auction like this, I imagine it will be around the equivalent of $2.5 million at the hammer. I don't see it breaking $3 million though. But we'll see. Just a couple of days left at this point, and I don't mind being surprised. Thank you for your patience, JB. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, so this is the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5711A with the Tiffany blue dial, which was released to commemorate 170 years of partnership between Patek Philippe Genève and Tiffany and Company of New York. Of course, the dial is double signed, as is the case with most of Patek Philippe watches sold by Tiffany and Company. But this particular version actually has a lacquered finish on that iconic dial with horizontal ribbing that is in the color of the blue box. And I'm assuming this, of course, comes as a full set. Of course, you also have the commemorative sapphire crystal for the case back, 170th anniversary, 1851 to 2021, Tiffany and Company, Patek Philippe. LVMH, did you see this? Meech, can you see, or is your screen, are you on the phone or something?
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Yeah.
The general consensus is people hate this, correct? Like, it's just so unnecessary.
Yeah, but I like that LVMH got itself in the picture in one way or another, even if it is just on a single digit here. Yep. Again, look, I think these watches are actually cool. Obviously not at that price, but I think the list price was what, in the low 50s or something. The Nautilus already being in a way kind of a feminine design, and I don't say this as a diss, I mean, I like a lot of feminine things, which should not surprise anyone at this point, of course.
Clearly.
But pause. But that being said, the Nautilus being a feminine watch with this dial color, I can see it as a beautiful accessory on a woman's wrist who already owns excessive amounts of jewelry from Tiffany and Company. But I think for that, it's perfect. When I saw it on LeBron James's wrist, I'm like, dude, it's cool. You can afford anything you want, but that watch looks like a dime on your wrist. Like it's not for you. Get yourself Richard Mille or something, something that actually, has a presence on your wrist. So anyway, I think that's a great example actually of how, one has to follow their own heart, their own interests, and, their own style rather than just going after the hype. Because even if you have, even if money is no object, not every single watch is for everyone. And certainly I feel this watch, being as beautiful as it is, it's it doesn't strike me as a men's watch. And again, I have a very broad spectrum when it comes to what counts as a men's watch or what counts as a woman's watch. So by all means, but this is not it. This ain't it, chief, as the young people say on Twitter. But yeah, I mean, I think it's cool they have a piece like this. I think it was an interesting way of commemorating the partnership. I think it was also, in a way, a very symbolic gesture and a very loaded gesture by Thierry Stern to Bernard Arnault, because as far as I heard, behind the scenes, basically Arnault made Thierry Stern an offer that he couldn't refuse, and he did. And basically, as a figurative middle finger, he said, I can't give you Patek Philippe, but here are 170 Nautiluses that you can sell to your most exclusive customers. So I like that backstory. Even if it is an urban legend, it makes just too much sense and is a very good story that I like to share. So I appreciate the existence of this watch, but I think it's just not, it's not hitting the right chord for me as a men's watch. It's not hitting the right chord for me as a Nautilus. But I don't care so much for the Nautilus anyways to begin with. So who am I to say? Oh, while we are on our way, JB, since you so generously super chatted, here is one of our favorite watches of all time. Lots 879, the Patek Philippe World Time flyback chronograph, the 5930G, with the older 39 millimeter case in white gold and a superb blue dial with a barleycorn guilloche pattern at the center of the dial, a 24-hour cities ring in blue as well, which you can, of course, manipulate with that pusher at 10 o'clock, and a two-tone 24-hour ring with silver for the waking hours and navy for nighttime and the wee hours of the morning. And of course, you have a 30-minute totalizer at 6 o'clock because you have the added function of a column wheel flyback chronograph. I think this is one of the most beautiful and utilitarian designs that brought together two very interesting and useful complications by Patek Philippe. The World Time already being a signature model. And I much prefer this version because of the case size and proportions, not to mention the dial design and the blue color. This is lot 876. It is actually offered with the full set of its original accessories, which of course includes the presentation box, the certificate of origin, but also the purchase receipt, the instruction manual, and the rest of the product literature as well. The 5930G at lot number 876 has a pre-auction estimate at places its value right around 23,000 in US dollars at the low end. Meech, take it over. I need a little bit of a break, so go crazy.
Oh shit. Uh, I can't. I mean, all I got is like racist jokes on deck right now. Um. Yeah. I mean, I got nothing. I got I got nothing. So what's the deal with airline food, right? I mean, they give it to you in tiny little packages. I mean, it's like what, $25 for a packet of stale crackers, I guess. I mean, what's up with that? It's quite unusual. Yeah, no, I mean, I got nothing. I got nothing. Warm one out today, I guess.
What's going on, man?
Dude, I've got nothing. I've got nothing on cue. I mean, like I said, all I got is inappropriate jokes on offhand right now. So I don't have anything.
You didn't want to get me canceled. I guess that's
Uh,
nice.
yeah, sure. I guess we can go with that.
Please hit the like button, guys. Thank you for your support and presence. And it makes a huge difference, for the small fry channel that I am. Anything and everything counts. And that's a lot of support. And that's a very important and significant support for me. So please upvote the stream. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and do that and hit the notification bell as well. Again, I'm here every day with watch content, not limited to live streams. So check out the other kind of content that I have on this channel and feel free to share it far and wide with your friends, other collectors, and watch enthusiasts of all stripes. Please, I really appreciate it. We have recently crossed 1.5K, but that's still a little far away from what I want to really achieve on this channel, the kind of community that we are trying to build around full throttle passion and profound knowledge for wristwatches. So please feel free. Lot 828 is a very interesting desk clock made by L'Épée. It's styled like a vintage race car called Time Fast D8. L'Épée is a company that made a lot of interesting work, a lot of interesting commissions for MBNF. Um, this is one of the things that they produced on their own. The piece is in a kind of electric blue with white stripes, has a digital expression of time, with a manual caliber that is actually charged with the same logic as a matchbox car, right? By basically pulling back the wheels of the piece, which is incredible. Um, and you actually get to adjust the time with the wheel, the back tires, I mean, to charge the car. And with the wheel, you can actually adjust the time, which is shown in 5-minute increments. And I think these pieces actually are listed for quite the moolah. I mean, it's they're not cheap by any means. So I think the estimate here actually is a decent deal because they're about $35,000, if I'm not mistaken, if not more. This is one of 100, and it is brand new. And again, the pre-auction estimate places the value at the low end at around 15,300 US dollars, which again, if you're interested and if you can actually snipe it closer to that lower end of the estimates, could make for an interesting deal. Are you at all intrigued, Meech, by other sorts of horological memorabilia, or desk clocks, pocket watches, or not at all?
I mean, I guess in a nutshell, no. I mean, if you're gonna have a pocket watch, I feel like it should be the AP pocket watch, which I believe there was only like 20 of those ever made for the world. And I believe those are moon phases. So I mean, astronomical price nonetheless. But yeah, I guess in general, not really. But I was just thinking about this car, 35,000. I mean, when you really think about that, I mean that's two just little down payments of about 17 and a half, if I'm doing my math off the fly correctly. 17 and a half payments, just two payments of 17 and a half, and that luxury car can be yours at 35 plus. Just throw it on the credit card, and the rest will sort itself out.
Oh, by the way, I just took advantage of this to check my email really quickly, and Corrado Galizia actually sent me his photos of the two Paul Newman Daytonas that will come up at Sotheby's, New York. That's really generous. That's really kind of you, Corrado, to share the photos in this way. That they were being displayed in Connecticut this weekend. I think, in fact, just for today, right? Um, let's see. Mm, it was at Lime Rock Park for the Trans Am Memorial Day Classic. And I want to see if I can. Yeah, I can do it without in any way doxing anyone. Here are the pics. Apparently, they were behind the window case, so not necessarily the best pictures, Corrado says, but he has, I think, very high standards. Here is the 116519, which was a gift from Joanne Woodward, and inscribed on the back, drive very slowly. And here is the 16520, which was given to him by Rolex as he became the oldest person to win a sanctioned race. And that one is engraved on the case back as Rolex at Daytona 24, Paul Newman, Rolex Motorsports Man of the Year in 1995. I think JB has something like this, right, JB?
Yeah, I was just say these are stainless steel, right?
This one is stainless steel on the Oyster bracelet with the Zenith movement base. The 116519 is actually basically precursor to Oyster Flex, right? At the time they were presented on leather bands and the matching deployant clasp. So that's white gold. You know, the last digit is 9, so that means white gold. Oh, pretty good.
Yeah, I came across a guy. He has one of these in his safe. He offered it to me for 18.5, and yeah, I don't think I'd take it.
Hmm. I mean, depending on the condition, if it's not absolutely shot,
Oh no,
um,
it's great. He never touched it. I wouldn't take it just because it's an SS. When I look at it, when you
what do you
compare
mean
the
it's
two, and
an
I was telling Ozzy this, when you compare the two, I feel like the two-tone Daytona is better value for the money you're spending. Because that one's 21,000 on average, but at least when you spend the 21,000, you're getting gold back in return. When you spend
actually
20,000 on the stainless steel, you're not getting anything back.
actually from the same generation, um 16523, the two-tone version is cheaper than the 16520. So you are spending less. In fact, whether you are getting more is absolutely up to your judgment, of course. I think when you look at these things long term, stainless steel Rolex sports watch is still king. Um, Even though it has become less and less of a taboo to get Rolex watches in precious metal. Of course, when they're in limited numbers, limited production, very exclusive, like some of the off catalog pieces, some of the older precious metal Daytonas. Of course, that's even more blue chip in so many ways. But I think when it comes to everything else being equal, when it comes to two watches on of the same generation, 99% of the time the stainless steel will be more expensive than the two-tone. That's still the case. Now again, you might say you are getting more value for your money, and you know you're entitled to your opinion, of course, but the market says otherwise.
Yeah, no, overall I agree, but the stainless steel bezel ones just I don't really foresee them holding out in the next 10 years. If it was a ceramic, sure, be a different story. If it was two-tone with a gold bezel, yeah, a different story. But I just don't see, unless it's a Zenith, I don't see these stainless steel ones holding their value much longer.
Oh wait, you were not talking about the Zenith then at
No, I was not talking about the
18.5.
Zenith. No, Zenith is
But this
completely
is
different.
this is Zenith, man. It's a 18 and a half for a Zenith. That's
Oh,
a
no, it's not.
steal.
No. Yeah, well, of course, yeah, it's steel. Yeah, sure. I'm talking about an 18. I believe his is from 2009, if I remember correctly.
I mean,
Um,
that's a different one. That's the six digit. This is not a
it's
six
quote
digit,
unquote modern. Um, but
right?
I just know he has one sitting in the safe, and like I said, I just don't foresee it to be a good value.
But Mish, we were not even talking about that. You confused everything and
No,
everyone,
I was just, I mean, they look close enough alike.
but they're not the same watch. The values are
Yeah, who
not
gives
the
a shit
same.
about the Zenith? The Zenith it's old.
Oh my God, Mitch. How do I let you still onto this program? God only knows. Um, all right. Thank you, Corrado, for sharing these with us. It's really precious. And as far as I know, the estimates are relatively conservative, especially when it comes to the white gold version. Um, Again, historically speaking, in terms of the purists look, of course, the 16520 is a cooler watch than the 116519. But that being said, since part of the charm with Paul Newman's watches were that they were gifts from Joanne Woodward, from his wife, to him, properly engraved, the one that has Joanne Woodward's drive, in this time very slowly, engraving, will probably fetch more. You have shared the estimates are 500,000 to $1 million. I think the white gold can easily go above that. Again, I don't know. I don't want to make any speculative guesses, but I think it can perform maybe a little less, especially in this market, than the Paul Newman Big Red. The 6265 that's sold by Phillips, and I think it was, what was it? It was about $5 million. Yeah, it sold. Let's see. My bad, 6263. What am I talking about? That sold for 5.5, basically 5.48 million. So, maybe again, I don't want to speculate in a wanton way, but I think the white gold can possibly break 2 million. But yeah, I'm a bigger fan of the 16520. Just the proportions of the watch, the slender indices, the balance of that dial layout. It's one of the best Rolexes designed, and certainly the king of automatic movement pieces, I think. Which Sapphire, Speedy, are you talking about? The ones that they recently released?
I mean, I suppose any sapphire. Um, the the Heasolite is just it's nasty and cheap.
Oh, you mean, okay. You mean like the Sapphire Sandwich?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Because they started releasing a lot of gem set pieces recently. I thought you were talking about the one with the sapphires on the bezel.
Yeah, they
Um,
started bedazzling Speedmasters. When the hell did that happen?
oh, you missed out on that craze?
No, I mean no. To be fair, I mean it's rappers jewelry, so I don't typically don't pay attention to that crap.
Let me see if I can find an article very quickly. This is a watch time piece, I think. That was, no, this is not it. This is from earlier. Um, let me see. Um,
I mean, just give it to me like in a nutshell. Did they do like a full bust down to the bezel or something or what?
no, basically, let's see. I mean, just very quickly, it's the classic Speedmaster, but with baguette cut sapphires on the bezel instead of the tachymeter, and again, baguette cut sapphires for the indices.
Interesting. Um, Sure, I guess, I mean, to me it sounds hideous, but I mean, sure, for somebody out there, I'm sure it's a very unique and prized possession.
Yeah, some of the high rolling collectors actually went crazy about it. For me, again, one of those watches that is a contradiction in terms in a certain sense, but hey, we have come a long way and well away from tool watches anyways. So, you know, I guess by all means, Omega is just following in the footsteps of Rolex in an important sense. It's not a surprise. Lot 830, we were looking at Daniel Roth's limited edition chronograph in white gold. This is, I think, a piece that was made right after the Bulgari acquisition. Again, a chronograph built on the base of the Zenit El Primero caliber 400. As you can readily observe from the placement of the three chronograph registers, as well as the dates function that is not eliminated on Daniel Roth's version, which is DR500, Rolex caliber 4030, which was the beating heart of the Rolex Daytona from 1988 to 2000, not only reduces the frequency of the high beat chronograph movement to 4 hertz, but also gets rid of the date display altogether. Here it's preserved. A beautiful black and white dial here with elongated Roman numerals, which gives the watch a quirky appearance. Here's a peek onto the DR500, which is a modified Zenit El Primero 400. This is one of 50 in white gold. Signed also El Primero on the back, since that is the base used here in a white gold case with a matching déployant clasp, with the initial remarked in blue enamel. A very cool piece. And again, we're talking about a brand that was recently revived by Louis Vuitton with a new version of the wristwatch tourbillon that was produced, I think, in to the tune of like 20 examples at La Fabrique du Temps under the leadership of master watchmakers Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazini. And you see here two other Daniel Roth pieces that are part of this curation, a perpetual calendar and a piece with a retrograde hour hand. What, Meech, can you tell me what you call pieces like this that are jam set on the bezel?
A mistake.
That's a great response, actually. But also, no, not rapper's jewelry.
No, this is something from the Elton John collection, let's be honest.
Well, I guess it's inspirational, musically speaking.
If that's what you want to call it. Oh,
Lot 831. This is a Daniel Roth Master Perpetual. Again, a model that was released right at the threshold of that transition from the hourglass ownership to Bulgari. The perpetual calendar was one of the prize models of Daniel Roth when he was still truly independent. That's mostly between the years of 1987 to 1994. But even in the hourglass era, I think there are some quality watches and that they still present some sort of value. I have to put that out there. The perpetual calendar was actually an effort, a collaborative effort between Daniel Roth and Philippe Dufort to make the first instantaneous perpetual calendar in the way that it jumps at midnight immediately to the next month, to the next date, so on and so forth, to the next day. So it's very cool to see, even from a later period, a Daniel Roth perpetual calendar in that immediately recognizable ellipsocurvex case, or the double ellipse case that has become such a signature element of the brand. The dial has two different motifs of guilloche decoration, which is, of course, something that Daniel Roth integrated into his own design language after he spearheaded the Breguet revival in the late 70s and 80s under the patronage of the Chomet brothers, and also in a brain trust that included the CEO François Baudet as well. You have the pyramidal pattern for most of the dial and vague or wave-like decoration within the pointer date at 6 o'clock. Beautiful heat blued hands against the silvered dial. In so many ways, that signature Breguet, right? And it is something that Daniel Roth carried into his own brand. A beautiful porthole-like opening for the indication of the moon phase, and the two aperture for the day of the week and the month as well. In yellow gold, this is, I think, a beautiful piece. The leap year indicator is within the oversized subdial for the pointer date at 6 o'clock. And here, as you can see, the movement has a little more of the accoutrement of a high horological treatment, a little more decorative than what you have seen in the DR 500, with a full 22 carat rotor that also has a supplemental platinum weight. Lovely Geneva stripes on the bridge plates of the movement, and a perlage decoration on the base plates as well. The anglage is nothing to write home about, but it is there. And of course, a matching tank buckle in yellow gold. And the set is quite cool because it doesn't only include the original box and papers, but also some Daniel Roth branded tools, including a magnifier. If you wanted to look even dorkier than someone who brings a loop into your next community meeting for watches, you can always get an actual magnifier that will that will make you look possibly nerdier. I love that for me. And a porcelain dish, actually, that has the design of the perpetual calendar. They're rendered, of course, in the more recognizable house style of the vertical stripes. And here are those three watches again. What do you think about this case shape, Meech? The double ellipse?
I don't know. I guess in general, I think it's unique. It's refreshing. It's different. In a nutshell, it definitely should be, in theory, a conversation starter. Um, as far as my personal viewpoints on it, as far as like meaning, I would wear and stuff like that. I guess the results are inconclusive. But I would assume here that this watch, probably
Oh, I hope you're okay, man. What happened there? I hope it's just technical difficulties. All right, stay tuned. I hope Meech is all right. That sounded like something fell. Hopefully, not him. With lot 830, by the way, we were looking at the lower end of the pre-auction estimates, something in excess of $8,900, and lot 831, which was the master perpetual that we just looked at. That price point is a little higher and almost 23,000 US dollars. Again, at the lower end of the pre-auction estimate. I'm skipping some stuff, but if you want me to go back, or if you want me to highlight any of the lots that I didn't get a chance to yet, feel free to send in the lot number. 833, I think, is one of the best watches included in this sale. I think this is from the very early days of the hourglass era, when the Singapore-based dealer bought significant stake in the company, which symbolically ended the independent watchmaking period of Daniel Roth under his own name. Nowadays, he is fully independent, making everything by hand, in-house, working with his son and his wife in JDN watches, Jean Daniel Nicolas. But that started much later, and that is now between 1995 and 2000. He worked with the Hourglass, which also had integrated Jarajanta brand into their own corporate group. This is an open-worked tourbillon in the Ellipso Curvex case, beautifully set with baguette cut diamonds on the bezel and the lugs. A skeletonized movement that has frosted decoration on the bridges. A very slender and elegant track for the hour and minutes in that grain brushed silver. Serpentine hands for the hour and minutes, beautifully heat blued in stainless steel. The mirror polished stainless steel bridge for the tourbillon, which of course takes the center stage at 6 o'clock. This is a beautiful looking watch. Honestly, I would rock this. Once again, one of only 50 pieces. This is number 8 of 50. There is a power reserve indicator that you can glimpse through the exhibition case back. And the piece has, once again, Daniel Roth's déployant clasp in matching 18 karat white gold. It is also presented with a Daniel Roth branded box as well. This is lot 833. The piece has a pre-auction estimate that is becoming and very befitting, I should say, of one of the highlights of this curation. And at the lower end, it is in excess of 70,000 US dollars. Oops. $834 is again a watch that comes after Bulgari took ownership of the company in 2000. Clearly a feminine design, but it implements a complication that Daniel Roth implemented to wristwatches, but that he took from George Daniels. George Daniels had made some pocket watch tourbillons with a retrograde hour hand. That was a different layout a little bit. The hour hand jumped from 1 o'clock to 1 o'clock. And this is also a watch that he exhibits, that he presents in his famous book, Watchmaking, as well. So if you have the book, you probably know what I'm talking about. If you have the book, write to me. I can give you the page reference if you want to know what I'm talking about. But this is a lovely complication. When Daniel Roth produced it, at first, this oversized subdial used to be the seconds. Here it is converted into a pointer date, which is very useful, but a little different than what he had originally intended and what George Daniels originally intended, because his aim in reducing the hour hand into that kind of playful complication, in that it jumps here, for example, from 6 o'clock to here, never crossing into that subsidiary dial. It was a way of giving more prominence to the precision that is presented in the seconds and even in the minutes, but not the hour, right? That's not, it's a way of saying that's not the main attraction. At least that's how George Daniels explained it. I find Daniel Roth's implementation a little more useful in a way, because after all, 5:59 to 6, 6 a.m. is a good way to start the day. So the hand jumps back to 6 at 6 a.m. And again, at 6 a.m., again, you have the retrograde 6 p.m., you have the retrograde complication, time for happy hour. I think it's a great little playful complication that's of no particular use, but is very fun to have on a watch. Here you have it in a distinctly feminine version, again, with rows of brilliant diamonds set on the bezel in 4 rows and in 2 rows on the lugs as well. I believe the entire case band too in this case is set with diamonds. You can see right here, even from this photo. The piece is in white gold, and here put against the perpetual calendar and chronograph for measure and comparison. As you can see, this is a slightly more slender and elongated shape compared to the perpetual calendar and the chronograph, which are a little more circular rather than elliptical. In either case, the case remains a doubled ellipse or ellipsocurvex. I think it's a very cool piece of design. I would love to own one day. Hopefully that day is soon. This is the retrograde hours by Daniel Roth, jam set with diamonds all over the case. The pre-auction estimate is right around 8,900 in US dollars. Good night, all. Thank you for dropping by. Speaking of brands that Louis Vuitton is reviving, especially under the auspices of La Fabrique du Temps, this is a world time watch that La Fabrique du Temps produced. It's the Louis Vuitton Escale world time. It's escale means something like layover or transit, right? In the sense that I have a connecting flight from here to there, right? So it's evocative of travel in that particular way. And it has the abbreviations of city names in the cities ring, as well as hand painted colorful flags next to them for purposes of decoration. I think this is a watch that is impossible to read. But then again, world time is a prestige piece, not necessarily something that is extremely legible or utilitarian. I have said on this channel, and I will insist on this, that a world time needs to be a very special watch. It is a complication that is forever associated with Patek Philippe. Whether someone has done it before or someone does it better might matter very little when it comes to the big picture. But honestly, unless we are talking about a high horological independent like Anderson Genève, I would not advise anyone to get a world time watch from just any other company, even if it is Louis Vuitton, even though they have been flexing their muscles as a watchmaker now, since they have just celebrated 2 decades, and since they have been now making moves with the integration of La Fabrique du Temps as their centerpiece as the centerpiece of their watchmaking operation. Jean Arnaud's leadership in reviving the Daniel Roth brand and the Gerard Janta brand. So they're certainly making the moves, and they're certainly getting up there. Um, and that's testified by the increasing recognition, that is testified by the awards that they started winning in the GPHG. Um, but then again, we're still not there. I do love the fact that this watch is presented as a full set in the lot, which includes a trunk style presentation box, very classy and very beautiful in the way that Louis Vuitton knows best. So you not only get this 41 millimeter white gold world time watch, the Louis Vuitton Escale World Time, with the hand um, painted details on the dial. You also get the full set, which includes a Louis Vuitton trunk as part of the package. This is lot number 836, which at its low end has a value of $16,600 if we are to go by the pre-auction estimates. Hey, Memovox, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you. My regards to Denmark. At lot 837, we're looking at the Octa S, belonging to FP John's line Sport series of sporty watches. We were talking about this very quickly yesterday. I really like the fact that when he instituted a line for sports watches, when he started making sportier versions of his watches, François Paul didn't content himself with just giving them different dial colors or simply enlarging the size or playing with this proportion or that. He actually went all the way. Not only do you have 44 millimeter larger titanium case, you have you have the integrated bracelet, basically, that matches the material of the case. You also have the entire caliber here fashioned out of an aluminum alloy for the most part. Of course, that significant part includes all the bridges and plates. And the off-center rotor weight, which charges the movement, is actually a mix of titanium and tungsten. The watch is genuinely lightweight. I think it's only around 53 grams, which is marvelous. And that caliber is as every bit a François Paul automatic movement, here caliber 1300.3, in the same way that his brass movements were, in the same way that his pink gold movements are. Again, not my style at all as a watch, but I genuinely appreciate the distinction that line sport watches have from the rest of FB Jaune watches. They genuinely offer something different and something inventive. You know, they do live up to their motto, which is about, of course, always taking a step forward, always inventing, but in practical ways that can be made and implemented and offered to the customer. This is lot 837, which is a full set Octa S titanium on the matching bracelets with oversized dates, power reserve indicator, day night indicator. I think the subsidiary dial for the seconds is sapphire. And the dial itself, I believe, is also, let me double check. Yeah, the dial itself is aluminum alloy as well. Yeah, beautiful. I like that sort of commitment to material, you know, having a clear concept that really distinguishes your watch. This is a piece from 2020. And at lot 837, it is presented with a pre-auction estimate that is in excess of 48,500 in US dollars at the lower end. Mookie, who's Mookie? How much for the watch? Which watch? This one. This one is apparently at least $48,500. But it will probably go for more. Lot 833 is an A Lange und Söhne datograph up and down. This is the version of the model in the enlarged 41 millimeter case, which has, in addition to the oversized dates, at 12 o'clock, a power reserve indicator, at 6 o'clock, which gives the newer model its name in a certain sense, right? Up, down, auf und ab. The look is that of a reverse panda dial, right? With black prominently on the face of the watch and silvered white chronograph registers for the 30-minute totalizer and the continuous running seconds. Of course, you have the company's stylized alpha hands, which for the datograph are loomed, and a tachometer scale on the periphery of the dial. This is a flyback chronograph, so you can reset it just with in one step once you engage the chronograph, rather than having to start, stop, reset, and start again. So flyback chronographs, in a certain sense, in a certain way, allows a little bit more practical implementation of timing intervals in quick succession. Then again, most of us just time, parkometers, eggs, spaghetti. But hey, it's a cool little trick up this chronograph sleeve. in platinum. With that movement that is often likened to an urban landscape. I made an early video about the design language of Alangonzone, which is still something that I really like. I'm gonna send in the link in the chat if you would like to watch it at some point. What did I do there? And I also, apropos the earlier conversation about the Daytona, I also want to share, since I'm at it, my take on the new generation. So feel free to watch those videos, those shorter videos, anytime you want. And in fact, share them far and wide. That's a great way of reaching other kinds of collectors and expanding the community. So I would really appreciate it if you could do that for me. But once again, this is the flyback hand wound chronograph movement that might as well serve as a lexicon for movement finishing, with the perlage, with the distinctive striping on the chronograph bridges, with the heat blued screws, the mirror polishing on the countersinks of the chatons in which the rubies are placed. Those chatons are gold, by the way. And the various elements of mirror polishing, the anglage, which includes a number of interior angles, of course, mirror polished bevels to add that depth and dimensionality, not to mention the swan neck regulator and, of course, the free hand engraved balance cock. This is the Alangonzone datograph up and down in platinum, a flyback chronograph with the oversized dates and the part reserve indicator. The piece comes with a matching platinum buckle, as well as the presentation box, warranty booklet, and the instruction manual. The pre-auction estimates at its low end is in excess of 66,000 in US dollars. Lot 839 is the datograph perpetual. So a perpetual calendar flyback chronograph, again in that 41 millimeter case, this time, however, in yellow gold. Of course, the additional pusher at 10 o'clock here is for the quick correction of the oversized dates, which is one of the, again, distinct elements that people take a lot of pleasure in when it comes to Alan Gonzun's watches. And for this piece, you have, of course, once again, the loomed alpha hands for hour and minutes, the tachymeter scale on the perimeter of the dial, heat blued and centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, oversized date at 12 o'clock, a very discrete moon phase indicator at 6, which kind of, this is one Lange watch that I'm not completely on board with. I understand the date is a lot more useful than the moon phase. I know that it's a more prominent element of Lange's design language than the moon phase. But if you're including a moon phase in your perpetual calendar, if you are not altogether eliminating it, I think you should give some prominence. To me, with all due respect, it looks, kind of ass backwards, honestly, to have the oversized date and a small moon phase indicator. It just doesn't make sense to me in a perpetual calendar chronograph piece. You have, of course, the 30-minute totalizer between 3 and 5 o'clock and the continuous running seconds at 7 and 9, which also have their heat blued hands as opposed to the gilt hands, which includes the indicator for the month at 3 o'clock that is encircled by the 30 minute totalizer. Part of that constellation also includes a leap year indicator. And at 9 o'clock, within the second subdial, you have the day of the week. And again, as part of that constellation, you have a day-night indicator. This is the datograph perpetual calendar in 18 karat yellow gold that is presented with the presentation box, the setting pin, as well as the original set of documents. This piece at lot number 839 has a pre-auction estimate, which, pardon me, which is in excess of 79,000 US dollars. Thank you for being here, by the way. If you have enjoyed the show so far, if you have learned anything from it, please hit the like button, upvote. That's a great way of showing your support. And trust me, for a small channel like this, it makes a world of difference. I really appreciate it. We are looking today at the upcoming May 30th auction by Bonhams Hong Kong. At lot 840, we have Zeitwerk Datum, the version of the best digital watch, or the best mechanical watch with a digital display of time that ever existed. I'm sure my friend St. Peter will contest this and present Vagabondage 3 as his entry. But I think there is something quite special about the Zeitwerk that appeals to me at least. And this is the version that managed finally to add the date display, which is also instantaneously jumping. And the date is actually indicated on the perimeter of the dial with this red background that jumps to the next state exactly at midnight. This is from 2021. So I believe it has not yet indicated, sorry, it's not yet integrated the new power reserve, which became now 72 hours. I believe this is the older version of the movement that still had 36 hours. Again, that was already quite impressive. No, no, this does have actually 72 hours. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know because it's really impressive for Lange. Now they have this through the entire line to have that kind of power reserve for a complication that's so power hungry, because even the jumping hour in and of itself eats up a lot from the power reserve. Here you have not only a jumping hour, but also jumping minutes. And of course, a precisely jumping date as well, even though that's just at midnight, only adds to the burden. This is apparently a new old stock example from 2021. A very unique movement when it comes to the Zeitwerk. Of course, an adapted version of that 3/4 bridge plate, a 3/4 plates with deep glashütte ribbing. Very beautiful piece. The Zeitwerk Datum by Alang und Söhne. Here presented with its original box, warranty card, and the guarantee booklets. Here are the 3 Lange pieces that are part of this curation. This is the reference 148038. The Zeitwerk Datum in white gold with, I think it's like a 44 millimeter case. So this is quite a substantive watch, quite the presence on the wrist, an absolute unit. This is lot 840. And at its low end, the estimate for this watch is in excess of 89,000 in US dollars. Hey, Curly, how are you doing, man? I think Higgins is around. He just doesn't write in the chat. Higgins is always around. He can't help himself. Memovox says Lange's datograph perpetuals. Moon phase is the antithesis of Arnold and Son's massive moon phase. I mean, don't take me wrong. I know what you're talking about, and I do wanna show a picture of that. I mean, Lange is not necessarily a stranger to making oversized moon phase displays. I mean, if you think of, for example, Lange 1, rather Grand Lange 1 with the moon phase, which I actually don't prefer to the traditional Lange 1 with the moon phase in the subsidiary dial for seconds. What's going on? So they are no stranger, and not entirely a stranger to making bigger versions of the moon phase. It's just, in that watch, it seems a little out of proportion. I feel if you are integrating a moon phase indicator into your perpetual calendar, or to put it negatively, if you are not eliminating the moon phase indicator from a perpetual calendar, which is, of course, always an option, whether you are trying to relieve the dial a little bit, or perhaps maybe you want to slim down the movement by removing what you consider an unnecessarily romantic module, by all means. But if you're going to integrate the moon phase in a perpetual calendar or perpetual calendar chrono watch, it needs to have some visual prominence for sure. So again, it's not an absolute deal breaker for me, but I feel that's a shortcoming, quote unquote, of that watch, if I may just inject my opinion. I may. I mean, since it's my own fucking channel, so I might as well. We have some interesting Cartier pieces. I'm trying to see where I'm gonna start, because there's so many tempting pieces. I'm skipping over some of them. Once again, if you want me to go back, please feel free to send in the specific lot number. Let's look at this Cartier Tortue. It is the lady size, 28 by 26, decorated with diamonds on the bezel and the lug. This is, of course, a classic Cartier design from the Roaring 20s, tonneau shaped, originally named Tortue à pattes, a turtle on legs, which the design clearly evokes. Here you have a beautiful silver dial with elongated and stylized Roman numerals, the hidden Cartier signature in this case at 10 o'clock, and heat blued stainless steel hands, providing a beautiful contrast and quite a bit of legibility for time. The hand wound movement, beautifully decorated with the double wishbone logo of Cartier in the excessive and extravagant fashion that the house is known for. And the pieces matched with an 18 karat pink gold déployant strap, clasp, I meant. The strap is a very interesting satin number, as you can see. And quite a cool feminine piece at lot 845. The pre-auction estimates is a very interesting 5,750, let's say, right about at the low end of that estimate. Hey, Bruce G and Chili Badger. Nice to see you guys. Thanks for dropping by. We have, again, a more jewelry-like version of the Tank Américain in the X-large version. A beautiful guilloche dial. Roman numerals and elliptical railroad track for the seconds, which is encircled by the elongated Roman numerals, the secret Cartier signature at 7 o'clock, hidden in that V of the Roman numeral 7, and opening for the date at 6 o'clock. And once again, you have 2 rows of diamonds framing the dial set on the case. The matching pink gold déployant clasp. A solid case back for the self-winding movements. The piece comes with the original presentation box and service papers, as well as the instruction manual, reference 2505. The auction estimate puts the value of the watch at around 9,600 US dollars at its lower end. That is the Cartier Tank Américain in pink gold and diamond set at the factory. At lot 847, we have Cartier's response to Jaeger-LeCoultre's reversal, the Tank Basculante. This is a piece that is in stainless steel and is produced. Oh, Pauli says, I need a $2 super chat to come on. I think you're selling yourself short. But yeah, by all means. I mean, I'm not going to super chat myself. So if you want to invite people to super chat, by all means, I would love to have you on the panel. This piece is executed all in stainless steel, but carries all the distinctive marks of Cartier watch with a silvered dial with a guilloche pattern that emanates from that imaginary center point, an elliptical railroad track around which you have the stylized Roman numerals in black and heat blued stainless steel hands for this perfect two-hander time-only watch. The case swivels in a different way, in a different fashion, compared to the Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso, but it is in a way just as interesting. And if you use it with a tank buckle rather than the déployant, you can even place it on your desk and use it as a kind of, I mean, I know it's very small, but kind of an interesting, playful desk clock. And I love that the carriage is itself decorated with Cartier's logos, again, in the way you see some of their bridge plates when they have exhibition case backs. This is the case back proper. Unfortunately, we don't see the back of the swiveling part of the case, but it is equipped with a hand-wound 050 MC movement, matching stainless steel déployant clasp, and the piece is offered with the original box and papers. Oh, look at this. I have a whole team. What a beautiful panel.
My comments are, oh, it's this. There you go. Look at him. He's absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
Hey,
Look
how
at
you doing
this.
I'm doing great.
He's
Now,
had a shave.
Real World Curly, $10. Lord forgive me, but I have to back up this and this in the official currency of the Watches and Style channel, 6 shekels. Come on, Pawi. Pawi, come on. Come on, Pawi. Come. And
I'll tell you
OG,
what, the
baby girl.
Oh.
Pawi, you wanna cut or something? This is quite a lot of super chats for me.
I wanted $2. I tell you what though, I sent this a super chat on his channel the other day, and it's like the fucking super chat merry-go-round. He's now sent it to you. Oh, if you keep doing that, YouTube just texts a lot, doesn't it? Complete fucking Ponzi scheme, isn't it? I send him $2, he sends it to you, and it's like fucking 60% of that's gone then. You'd be better off just fucking PayPaling.
Yeah, you can use PayPal friends and family if you really want like the full amount to go directly to the creator.
It only takes 30%. So if I send him $2, they get 60 pence of that. Then he sends you that $2, but they take 30% of that. It's like there's nothing left of it. You're all super chatting one another, but nobody's any better
YouTube.
off.
For YouTube, you mean, right? Yeah. OG baby girl, $20. Get up there, Pawi. Thank you, everybody. I love it. Chili Badger says, get your condenser microphone ready, Pawi. We miss your crisp, clear audio. Okay.
Oh no, it's better now. I was just going to mention that I had a pair of AirPods Pro. It's because this goes back about 6 months, 7 months now. I was mentioning it to Curly and Watch Nicholas, and then his sister said, "Oh, I need a pair of earphones." And I thought, I'm not fucking buying her a pair. I'll see whether she uses them. So I gave her my AirPods Pro 2, you know, the dearer ones, the Apple ones. She didn't use them, so I took them back off her. Then she got one of them Belkin, what are they, like docking stations.
Uh-huh.
I see in Costco, Watch Nicholas always used to go on about Costco all the time. I see AirPods second generation, just the basic second generation ones on offer. So it's like, well, I'll buy her them. So I bought them her, and she goes, "Oh, thanks for them, but I can't use them because they haven't got the wireless charging, you know, with the magnetizing thing on the case."
Okay.
So now she's took my fucking AirPods Pro 2, the expensive ones again, and I've ended up buying a gift for her that I've ended up with the cheaper pair. But they're still better than the Samsung and JBL shit that I tried before that was no good. But yeah, I've ended up with a cheap pair of AirPods, and she's got my expensive ones now. So my audio, just to answer the chat, the short story of that is, but yeah, my audio is better than it was.
It is much better. I think, you know, Mookie says he has good audio now, but wait until his internet craps out. But we'll see about that.
Funny thing is, I know why my internet's crap. I work in telecoms. I work for the company that provides my internet connection. And I used to work on this product as well, and I still couldn't get it sorted to get myself better internet. That's how bad the company is. I say it's bad. It's been good for me, but it's bad for internet.
That's
Terrible.
strange. You can't
I
even
mentioned
help
that
yourself eventually.
No, I mentioned that on Watch Nicholas's channel. Like my
Mhm.
broadband is probably about 15 megabytes, right? Which is crap in today's language, isn't it? You want 100 meg at least. And I tried to get it, but the way that it works in the UK, with the funding of it, you've got to have like small to medium enterprises or businesses. Where I live is a very like residential area, so there's no businesses, so they won't fund it because the government won't subsidise the company to provide the connections, so they just fucking leave it as a crap connection. But as where I used to live, 100 meg, because down the road there was 5 or 6 businesses that could get the broadband off it. So no matter how much I tried, somebody said to me, I was trying to push it through, like, oh, can I get this cabinet, like fibre to the cab? I was trying to push it through, can I get this put in? And they just said to me, have you got a local business off it? Straight away, they wouldn't put it through because there was like 50 grand of investment that was needed that they couldn't justify. So, yeah. No matter how much, I fucking delivered about 1,000 of these cabinets over the UK, well, northwest of the UK, in space of 10 years. And the only fucking one that I need, and I get told, no, I'm not allowed it. So, yeah, I sound a bit bitter over that, but yeah, I am. I don't know if you know what I'm on about, Lord, but that's...
Well, I wanted to actually hear your opinion about how the season kind of unfolded in the Premier League. What do you think? Are you happy with your team? What do you think about Arsenal choking at the end there? Spurs completely coming apart and,
Well,
not even getting close to the top 4 finish. What do you
well,
think?
the first thing is I saw a thing, Arsenal versus Man City. And the statistic that stood out to me was that they said that Arsenal had been at the top of the table for 274 days, and
Mhm.
Manchester City had been at the top of the table for 14 days, and they've ended up winning it. So that tells me it's probably the biggest bottle job there's ever been. As for Spurs, yeah, well, that whole team squad's it's just not up to standard. The only one that's any good is Harry Kane. And he's managed to score. But Erling Haaland's scored 36 goals in that phenomenal team, and Harry Kane in that crap team has still managed to score 28 in the Premier League. So it tells me that there's either Erling Haaland's overrated because he's in a really good team that can supply him, or Harry Kane's superb and he just is bottlenecked by a crap team that he's working with. One or the other.
The thing is, to me, again, people will. I mean, there are a lot of other players that I really like, right? So when it comes to world class players in Spurs, of course, people will object and say, "Well, Cristiano Romero won the World Cup. What are you talking about?" I think Højbjerg is a great player, very important midfield player, but I think honestly, beyond Kane and Son. And Son really had one of his worst seasons in the last whole stretch. We don't really have any world-class players. I think Hugo Lloris is probably the most overrated.
You're a Tottenham fan then?
Like Lloris is a much more. David De Gea gets a lot of shit, whereas Lloris doesn't get anything at all. And I think he's probably one of the most overrated goalkeepers in recent history. The only one who comes close is the Butterfingers Fabien Barthez, who kept for Manchester, as you know, and was an absolute disaster, even though he was a world champion as well.
The only reason he got by is he had the bit of the who was he that was the goalkeeper for Colombia. What was he? He did the scorpion kick. Do you remember him who did the scorpion kick against England?
Iguita.
Higuita, yeah, that's Higuita. You called him Higuita, I called him Higuita. It's like you called him, what did you call Loris? I called him Loris. That's what they call him in the UK.
Yeah,
Hugo
yeah.
Loris.
I mean,
You don't say
whatever.
it like that.
It doesn't
But
matter.
that's where Bertez got away with it, because he was sort of seen as a better version of Renegita.
I see.
Because they had that streak in him, didn't they? Really, just that absolute madness of playing outfield, didn't
Yeah, I guess he had. Look, I mean, I like those sorts of mental goalkeepers, like Grobelar, for
Yeah.
Liverpool, even Dudek to a certain extent, the Polish keeper.
I think he was good. He ended up playing for Real Madrid for a bit, didn't he, as well?
No, good goalkeeper. But I mean, both of these are very good goalkeepers. But if you are talking about goalkeepers who are a little mental, who have a certain kind of swag, who have a presence, sure.
Well,
But again, I hate to be Roy Keane about it, but goalkeepers are there for shot stopping. If you are shit as a keeper, who cares whether you have charisma or presence? If you can't keep the goals from coming in, who cares if you have a scorpion kick?
No, but that's how they got there, though. That's how I'm not saying that they're good enough. That's how they got to where they were, like Dudek and Grobler, Bertez. They got into them positions because they were sort of they were seen at the time as reenacting Renegita, but with the actual ability to goalkeep, which they didn't have. The type you're talking about that also has the pure ability to shot stop is really like Allison and what's he called it, to Edison at Manchester City. They have that. They have the ability. What Neuer wishes he had, because Neuer's a liability, isn't it? Bayern. He can shot stop, but then as soon as he comes out, he's a complete liability. Whereas Ellison and Edison, they can come out and you can rely on them that they won't lose the ball, won't they? And do all sorts. So, but yeah, when you're talking about what's happened with the Premier League and the bottle job, and like I said, the figure that stands out for me though is like 274 days at top, City 14. It's a bit like how when you have just like the ludicrousy of Leicester winning it, but they didn't have a competitor against them properly. They had Tottenham, but they weren't really. They didn't win the league for a reason, didn't they? Most teams that win it, it's because when it comes down to it, they're worthy of winning it. And whereas Arsenal would be the equivalent of like Leicester, when Leicester won it, they hadn't got somebody like Man City on the tail, whereas Arsenal had somebody who was a genuine worthy winner of the Premier League, and they've caught him in the end.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the thing. It's still an achievement. We couldn't win it. Leicester did. So, more power to them. But you're right. City, they were just showing, I don't remember the exact statistic, but they just showed the last 8 games of the last 5 seasons or something, right? And it was a crushing record. I mean, it was a lot of times it was like either last 8 or last 10 games, either 10 out of 10, 8 out of 10. I mean, it was almost a stunning record, right? If you clearly he prepares his teams mentally and physically for that last stretch, Guardiola. I mean, the guy is really, again, I love Real Madrid in Spain, so I don't have an irrational love for the guy, but chapeau, man. I mean, you have to respect Pep Guardiola. He's just at another level compared to any other manager of this era. If I have
the thing
to,
the thing with you're saying that, but the thing with City, well, the two things I'd say about Pep Guardiola is he's never done it in any other country until he's other than Barcelona, where they were the best team that I've ever seen. The only team you could watch in La Liga. It was worth tuning in, wasn't it? Because they were that fucking good. It was worth. I even know out like Barcelona and even El Clasico, I wouldn't tune in though. I wouldn't make a point of watching it, but
Sure.
I would then. But when it comes to it, Pep Guardiola, he's never done it until it comes to City. But now there's a lot of focus on De Bruyne and Erling Haaland. But really, the reason that they've been so good is not because of them two or Pep Guardiola. It's been people like Bernardo Silva, Gundogan, people that don't get mentioned. Mahrez, these are world. Mahrez, I mean, he's been in the team, like a team that can spend so much money, and where it's been Leicester or City, he's been relentless. That he's been a first-team player on that side of the pitch with no competition.
I don't know.
On the other side, you've had like
I don't know why I don't know why he gets such little credit. Not as because I mean he has been ever present.
Because unlike Barcelona with Man City, nobody's realising that these players are as good as they've ever been. Gundogan and Mahrez and that, they don't get mentioned because there's Erling Haaland and De Bruyne, and yet these are probably as good as Gundogan's probably as good as Iniesta and Xavi. They're just not getting the mention. You watch a video on YouTube of Gundogan and how he's been playing for the last few years. He's as good as them. I would never have thought that until the last few months, and I thought, what's really going on here with this team?
Right,
He
scored a lot of goals last year, and two very important ones in the very last game that won them the title.
Doesn't get any mention though, does he? Ever?
Not enough. Not enough.
When you watch United,
and I mean,
you think of their midfielders, the United midfielders like Fernandes and Eriksen and that, and Casemiro, they get mentioned all the time, and they're not performing as well as City's midfield.
To wit, the funny thing about Gundogan is that, I mean, look, he's the captain, but he's also still. I think they're gonna negotiate something out of this. But as far as I know, his contract was about to expire at the end of this season. And because he wanted a long-term contract and they didn't want to give him a long-term contract, they're about to release him. They were at least about to release him. So it's mind-blowing to me that they could possibly let him go like that. Like you're saying, he's an integral part of that team.
Well, he's probably as good as Haaland, really. For his position, he's as good as him. He's as valuable as Haaland is and De Bruyne is. It's just not. Sure. That's like what United did with Giggs and Scholes when they were, in the latter years when they were still like world class, and they made them feel like, well, you're coming towards the end, or you're not as valuable as these star names, or you've been here all the time. Just accept mediocre wages. They were still fantastic wages, but mediocre compared to your colleagues. Accept them but really what they were doing was they were offsetting their wages with the people that they needed to get in up front that they couldn't replace unless they had the money savings on other people on the pitch. That's exactly what they're trying to do with Gundogan. They're trying to make him feel like he's somebody that's could be replaced. He's not integral. It's these star names at the front. It's really he is as integral. It's to offset the fucking astronomical wages they're paying them up front. But he is as valuable as Haaland and De Bruyne.
I mean,
in fact, he's been playing better than De Bruyne has all season.
To be fair, with the kind of resources they have, anyone is replaceable. But that being said, you always.
Do you not think they're trying to move away from that model though? You can replace them, but pay $300,000 a week to somebody else when you're paying probably 200. Do you not think they're going down that road now, City?
Do you think they're downsizing? Do they? I mean, if they win the Champions League this season, you might be right. They might dial it down a little bit. But I think I think
they're getting to saturation. I think they're realising now. They're trying to do what Chelsea did, where you plough a load of money in. Then once you start getting to sustained success, you start thinking like Real Madrid does, where we'll pay a bit less because we're Man City. Like Real Madrid have been living off that for years, haven't they? Where they've been able to entice players in that United haven't been, despite all the money. They've been able to get them in because of the name.
It's
you'll win
also
things.
simply because they can't. I mean, with Mbappe too, they realized that they simply can't compete. They cannot. You know, Real or
No.
Manchester United might be very rich teams, but Barcelona the same, even though they are suffering currently. But they don't have the kind of limitless resources that clubs like Manchester City, PSG, etc. had. So ultimately, Real moved to the model rather than the Galacticos. They now try to recruit the players and take a certain kind of risk, maybe a little, maybe overpay for what they are, right? For to
Well, they did,
18,
didn't they?
19 years. So you can invest 5, 7 years down the road when you can't afford them if they actually get to that stage where they would be desired by Real. And with Vinicius Jr. and Rodrigo, they seem to have struck gold. Not to mention Camavinga. They are supposedly getting Bellingham. I mean
Well,
that's
the only
very,
reason they're getting Bellingham is he's just said that he doesn't want to go to oil money, doesn't he? He's just said that his dad doesn't approve of Man City. That's what Real Madrid thrive on. They thrive on the people that won't go to somebody like City for all
thank you.
their human rights abuse record and all that.
Sorry, I need to interrupt. 6 shekels, official currency of the Watches and Style channel. Happy Memorial Day to my Americans. Thanks for your service. Thank you, man.
Curly didn't pay $10, and Dish didn't pay this money for listening to me and you talk about football all night, did they?
Yeah, exactly. I have a question for you guys. Can I bring this to World War II historical question?
Go ahead, of course.
Okay, so in your opinion, what was the turning point of World War II?
Well, the only thing I can think back to from things I've watched is what happened in France. Wasn't they running out of steam in France when they were trying to get over to the UK? That was all to do with they were taking over the they were taking over the machinery, weren't they, in France? That's where they started losing steam. America wasn't coming in even then, were they? But that's probably where the turning point. From what I've watched of documentaries and films, yeah. But I'm sure Lord knows a lot more about that than I do.
Lord, what about you?
I think, I don't like measuring these things too much, but since I like rooting for the underdog in a way. I like highlighting things that other people don't pay enough attention to. And being in the US, and especially approaching Memorial Day, we already know the importance of Normandy. We already know the importance of the UK. I think, again, I'm not trying to be ideological. I don't even identify with that side of the aisle, so to speak, but I think Soviets had a very important role to play after the Germans started losing on the Eastern Front. Soviet Union had a lot of important role in winning the war on the ground, in Europe.
Yes.
I think, and they don't get enough credit for it, and I understand, sort of, right? Because people have a lot of bad blood for the Soviets, especially in Eastern Europe, and for all the right reasons in certain cases. So I don't want to, inflame a discussion like that. But one second. In the context of the Second World War, I think Soviets played an important role that usually goes unrecognized. Go ahead.
What was the tangent with that, with the Soviets though? Because they had a great big role to play in it, but I've read this in the past, but the only thing I can remember is that there was a bit of a caveat to that as to why they were never given the credit. Yeah, there was a great big involvement. There was a reason. I can't. I'm not trying to pretend. I can't remember the reason that there was something that there was a side thing to that as to why they weren't given the credit, what their motives were, why they were getting involved, and why they weren't given that the actual credit. It was obviously the English and the Americans that were ultimately given the credit for ending it. But there was something I can't remember. I just remember that there was a big thing about them being why they weren't given that credit.
Well, I mean, in one sentence before I pass it to this, of course, it has a lot to do initially because there was the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact. So basically, an alliance between the Soviets and the Nazi Germany at the beginning. And of course, they are resented for that. That's part of it. But go ahead, sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Lord, like you, I feel that you don't measure these things. The Americans did more, the Russians. At the end of the day, we're talking about millions of lives that have been lost in the fight against fascism, Nazism. But I have to say that in my
that wasn't the question that was asked, though. That is not what I can understand that, but that isn't what the question. Then them lives aside, that's not. We're talking about how it ended. We're not talking about how the theoretical. We're trying to talk about how it actually.
What is the turning point of World War II? You could understand for that this battle was more important than this one. So the ones who died in like El Alamein are less important than those who died in Stalingrad, for example. And that's not the meaning. Right. But what I want to say,
they do say there was as many in Russia and the Ukraine that died as there was in Jews in the. Sorry.
Curly said the Russian winter. No, maybe. Curly said the Russian winter, and it's right because many in the past, like Napoleon, did that. That mistake of invading Russia. But I think that in the ending of 1941, the Germans tried to take Moscow. That was the name of the operation, was Operation Typhoon, and they failed miserably. And I think that was one of the biggest turning points of the war, because they did have more victories after that until they lost their pants in Stalingrad. But they had a losing mentality from then on, because they thought they were invincible and unstoppable.
I mean, you two correct. Yeah, but the thing is this: you two correct me here. The impression I got, sort of from my learning of growing up about the war, is that the way that I have it in my mind is that Russians, initially were trying to fight back. That was a failing thing, and the only thing that saved it was the UK and America. Partly with the UK, it was to do with the fact that it was just an island, and really the Russian influence was earlier on in the war, and their influence on the conclusion of it was minuscule. That's how it's been. That's how I perceive it. I'm not saying that's how it actually is. That's their issue. Their influence in the war later on, and towards its conclusion, was a lot less than it was in the early stages of it. That's how it's put to us in the UK, anyway. That's how I would perceive it. I'm prepared to be told otherwise. Well, you get what I'm saying there?
Can you summarize that? Because I kind of like.
So basically, right. So basically, in the UK, if I talk to people about the war, everyone would say it was the UK and America that sorted out the Germans. They would say that the Russians had an influence earlier on in the war, but not later.
But they did have it. They did have it in later. I mean, they pushed them back into Germany, all over Eastern Europe. They didn't get to Western Europe because that's where the Operation Overlord was about, the invasion of Normandy. But the Russians cleaned out Eastern Europe from fascism. So that's a big thing in my book, anyway.
Yeah.
Do you know where I'm coming from with it, then, Lord? Would you say that's what I've said is pretty common theme with how sort of English and Americans view it compared to how perhaps use it? A lot of what I've heard about is that isn't how the war came to an end. A lot of it was to do with that the UK and America. Maybe that's just how they like perceiving it, portraying it in films and things like that. But
Listen, the Americans and the British, like Curly mentioned,
I'm not
they
saying
bombed
that's right. I'm just saying that's how they portray it. But
they bombed the hell out of Germany and their industrial power, which affected the war in many ways and senses. And that's something right that Curly is saying. I think again, there's no one turning point. It's just like a whole like a one combined effort by everybody. You know.
Of course. I mean, look, that's why I started with saying, I'm gonna kind of take the side of something that is less recognized, because ultimately I believe in historical facts. Don't take me wrong, but based on those facts, there are a number of different perspectives that we can take, and almost an infinite amount of stories we can tell, picking from those facts, interpreting them in a certain way, and even embellishing them, highlighting the certain ones at the expense of others. So I just wanted to put that out there because, again, like Palway, my education in it, my exposure to it in the mainstream is almost always this glorification of the American entrance into the war, of the heroic deeds of the UK, none of which I want to minimize, but all of which, like you said, this had their own part to play in the bigger picture of things. So again, I tried to stay as far away from the ideological position as possible, but like you said, they whatever they did afterwards, they did clean out the Nazis from Eastern Europe with the help of the partisans, of course, in so many countries. But the Soviet army played its role in liberating Eastern Europe, in liberating people from concentration camps.
Yeah, can I just
you're
mention?
you're also talking about an era where, like, political and media influence is going to be very strong from the Americans and the English. So even though you don't think of it as that long ago, there's probably a lot of propaganda as to how it was all sorted out. It probably was a lot to do with the Russians and what you hear. What I when you explained about how it actually came to an end, that's what I mentioned earlier on. There's a lot to do what happened in France. People would say, "Oh, a lot to do what the English and the Americans did," but there was a lot to do with because the whole thing with the Germans was it was about taking over the machinery of other countries that they'd either conquered or they'd got into submission or whatever, and they just sort of used the French. But there was problems in French with their artillery, wasn't there, and the fucking tanks and things. It was just that's what I found. It wasn't as useful as they thought it would be. What the expenditure that they put in order to conquer France, and then when they got there and what they got, it was a bit like what Russia's got in Ukraine at the moment. Just sort of like they're having to pick the times when they can actually go in because the tanks and everything are not suited to the terrain, are they? It's probably that's what they found in France. What they took over wasn't what they expected to take over.
I want to bring up one. Sorry, Apollo. I want to bring up one important point that I feel should be said. Usually, when we talk about turning points, we never talk about Iwo Jima, Okinawa. We don't talk about the Pacific Front. And the Americans did most of the dirty work, also the British and others, but the Americans were the ones who spilled their blood mostly against Japan, the Japanese Empire. So we gotta also put that into perspective when we talk about this subject.
Mm-hmm. Touchy one. It's a touchy subject, I know that much.
Yeah.
The type of subject, if you talk too much about it, you'll end up ostracised from the community. Isn't it,
yeah,
isn't it, Lord?
We can switch a subject, no problem. I just really was interested
to
hear your opinion.
No. Look, I don't mind, but of course it's open to misunderstanding. For example, Fries took a very legitimate objection to when I said, liberating, the Soviets. Yes, that's why I started also by saying whatever they did afterwards, because unfortunately, Soviets ended up building an empire out of it, and their crimes were quite heinous to begin with, not only in Eastern Europe, but also in Central Asia. I mean, to me, Soviet Union was a colonial empire in the same way that the British and French were, and in the same way that US became in the 20th century. So that's why I'm saying I don't have any ideological sympathies whatsoever with the Soviets. All of that being said, you don't, even with your enemies, you have to recognize certain things they did. And some of the things that they did on the Eastern Front benefited both the local people and people who were in the concentration camps. I mean, they literally, I will use the word liberating, because they did liberate concentration camps, man. I mean, I can't forget that. I can't erase that from history just because I don't like the Soviets, So
I'm sorry.
that's why I'm saying.
I was just going to say the thing with the motivate, what they did and the motivations for doing it. That's one of the issues that people have today with them now. Sure. Just because what they did they weren't necessarily doing it for the benefit of mankind, were they? Nobody keeps going on about that. What the Soviets did then was for self-interest, just the way the West works now. I would say it was probably the case.
I think they were also
we're getting into bad territory there, but
they were also doing it for mankind, and I can read it in the poems that they wrote, that the Russian poets, the Soviet poets wrote.
Well,
they were understanding
that you can also probably read poems from these shows,
but
can't you?
Probably they were up against. They understood they were up against a very evil force. Okay, they knew about the Holocaust. They knew about Auschwitz, where my grandmother was liberated. She was evacuated from Auschwitz because of the Russians, and she was on a death march to Germany, where she was liberated by the Russians. And yes, the Friedman Mayo, it was liberation. Back then, it was liberation. Later, what happened is later. What happened back then was liberation from the Nazi control and oppression.
It's a bit of a difficult topic. This one, it's a bit of a because you cannot. The thing is, everybody, any nation that gets involved with any war has got their own motivations, haven't they? What you're talking about is as though they've got, they've liberated them for just for humanity causes. You still people like saying why. Do you not think that the UK and the Americans, when they got involved, they only got involved when they thought it would impact them? In fact, it's pretty clear that the Americans only got involved to help the British when they thought it would affect themselves. So it's not. I'm not trying to say, it's just because I'm saying that the Russians did it for their own interests. I'm not saying that anybody else didn't do, because they certainly fucking did. America waited till the last fucking moment to help the British out, didn't they? There's clear records of what conversations Chamberlain had. Begging for fucking tanks and fucking aircraft, wasn't he? And he wasn't getting it. Was it Roosevelt or something like that was saying no? Came off the phone to him, and that's from what I remember anyway. That's from what
let's talk about drama in the watch community or something, because people don't like this subject apparently. So,
well, I can't blame them for wanting not like it. It's for start, it's morbid, even if you're not bothered about the sides, but.
I think that World War II
and you've also got to have this kind of conversation. You've also got to really know your stuff to debate it.
Well, I studied history. I have a BA in history. I do know a little about it. I'm not being bragging.
No, but you do. I don't know about. I know, but you don't. I don't know about Lord, but you're not. If that's the case, you're not discussing this on a level playing field with somebody here.
No, I don't get political. I just talk about the historic facts. That's what interests me, not politics. And I just can tell you that both the Russians and Germans were evil, but the Germans were more evil because they made the Holocaust. And yes, the Russians killed more people overall. They hollowed more after the war. The ethnic puring. What's the name of the word?
Cleansing.
Anyway, uh, cleansing. But it's not the Germans had an ideology. They had the operation set up. They had Adolf Eichmann, who Israel caught later on. He was the man who was responsible for the Holocaust in large, speaking in large, responsibility types of saying. Anyway, let's switch the subject because people don't like this, and I don't want to spoil people's Saturday night with this shit. So
yeah, it's Saturday Night Live.
Don't say that, but yeah, I agree. We can move on because it's a little bit of an explosive topic that's hard to cover in this off the cuff way.
yeah,
It's just open to so many.
Lord,
Open
just
to
let me
so
make
many.
this point, Lord. Let me make this point. When Lord agrees, when he went quiet all of a sudden for the last 10 minutes because he normally can talk forever, and now all of a sudden he knows how much of a sore subject it is.
Look, I mean, it's just like, you know, I said as much as I could, and again, I was trying to put it as objectively as possible. I make one word choice. That's the right one for me. You know, again, I'm not taking it back. They did liberate, but because the topic is so controversial, suddenly that was misunderstood in such a way, and I don't want that, because like I have no business defending Soviet Union. I don't care about their projects, not ideologically. I actually do have also for how it unfolded for most of the 20th century after the World War II. I have a lot of resentment and a lot of objection, a lot of serious problems with the Soviet Union. I also hate the way that a lot of leftists either defend these kinds of ideological projects or exonerate their own ideology by saying that's not real, that's not real Marxist Leninism, that's not real communism. So I have all sorts of distaste for Soviet Union. So I don't want to seem like I'm defending it. I just wanted to highlight that particular historical juncture and what they did towards the end of the Second World War, which is usually not recognized precisely because people have ideological issues with the Soviets, and for all the right reasons. So
yeah. So Submariner, date or no date?
no date, absolutely no date. Give me a
Why?
second.
Okay. At least knows how to change a topic, so change your subject, don't you, Des?
I have a sub date, as you may know, a new one. Well, did focus?
Which one was it that you got as a gift? Was it that, or was it the GMT?
That's the one. Yeah, I got it as a gift from my good friend Super K. Special K.
So it was a no date.
No, it's a date. It's a date.
Is it? Totally.
Do you have
41 mil?
It's 41. Yes, the new one.
No, I have the 40 mil. 40 mil Hulk.
Mookie says date. Why date?
Who's Mookie?
I don't know. Some new guy. I don't know.
Why date?
Yeah, why date? Ooh. Oh, now you're bringing in the heavy guns. The heavy guns. The big guns. Damn, look at that.
Yeah.
On the bracelet, no less than bracelet. You also will put it on a strap.
Yeah, I like wearing it on a strap, but this is the original bracelet, as you know, the riveted oyster. Yeah.
Stunning. Do you know when you
beautiful.
the 41 mil, I was just talking to Danny about that earlier on. Like the 41 mil, it's as though they tried to go back towards what the pre-ceramic had. It's, the same sort of looks and the slimmed down case. I don't think they. I mean, I'm not no disrespect to you, this. I like that watch, but I don't think they achieved anywhere near what they were trying to achieve with it. I mean, the fact that the clasp went so big, they went down, they went from the maxi case, trying to go back to what the pre-ceramic case was, and yet the case is like on the new one. To me, it's a bit boring. It's like it's not what the pre-ceramic was, and it's not got the bling of the maxi case, and then the clasp on it's a bit big, and it's all in all, you'd say it was a better watch than the previous version. But I'd rather have the maxi case or the pre-ceramic, personally. I think there's a bit like with yours. There's certain curves on it and that just they're on Lord that they're just not replicated, are they, on the modern ones?
For me, and take my opinion with a grain of salt, because I am purely invested in contemporary Rolex for aesthetic reasons. Like, my allegiance is 4 and 5 digit, as early as I can afford. That's what I get. But I always loved the Sea Dweller 43 for the proportions they have achieved, even though it was a bigger watch. And I think what ST43 did for the Sea Dweller, Submariner 41 did for the Submariner, in terms of making it just proportionally a better looking watch overall. Now, for my wrist, the 40 was already too big. The 41 is even bigger, and with that clasp, to me, it's just unwieldy, right? So I don't like it, but I hated the maxi case or super case with the maxi dial even more, because that was just a very top heavy watch, which had a bracelet that simply didn't fit that design. I mean, that was, to me, just a forgettable era overall. So all that
you basically
said, I prefer the new version.
Well, you're saying you prefer the newer version, but what I'm hearing is you don't think either of them are very good, which is.
That's not to say they are not very good. They're just not for me. But I think between the two of them, I think proportionally speaking, if I had a bigger wrist, I could possibly think about contemporary Rolex watches. But even then, they feel to me too large for what Rolex is. And to me, it's more aesthetically pleasing to have a watch that does the same thing, but in a more compact case. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know if the chicken or the egg comes before. You might say you have wimpy wrists anyway, so you prefer smaller watches. But also horologically, I'm interested in more compact pieces, especially when things get complicated. But even when it comes to simple timekeeping.
Well, the irony of it is it sounds like the one that you've justified to yourself that's the best is the one that you own. And it just so happens that it's the same with me and this. I've got the one that I think is the best version, and this has got the. In terms of if you're putting all like the complete package to one side, I would say that the one that you've got, Lord, is streets ahead of the more modern versions in terms of looks.
I think
it just is. It's much nicer looking.
The best version is the non-date, because it's like the OG Submariner. It's the most aesthetic completely. No date, no fucking Cyclop. But the Cyclop and the date is very necessary, as Mookie said, because you gotta know the date. You gotta know the date. You gotta know what day it is.
Well, if I was putting aside like the most sensible, I would think the most sensible option is the maxi case. the most ideal would be the one that Lord's got. And then
I have to
obviously the hype one is probably the most complete modern complete watch is obviously the latest one that they've
honestly when it comes to the super case, I do like the Hulk. I have to say 116610 LV, that's a special watch. I do like it. So there are always exceptions, when it comes to all these pieces. And you're right, Paul. We all have our prejudices and our own preferences. But again, putting those aside for a second, I do think that the new Submariner, to me, looks proportionally better. But then again, I'm not as invested in modern Rolex as most people are in this space.
I would think it's the worst of the three. I would think that would be my last place. I'd go for a maxi case first, pre-ceramic second, and then the 41mm third. Of the order I'd think of them in. But yeah, there's no question if you was thinking of it from a logical perspective. It's just the most modern one that's the best. It's that. The main thing for me is the fucking clasp. I think it's ridiculous. Just what I can't understand with that the modern clasp. What technical advantages has that clasp got over the 40mm one? Because it's bigger and it does the same thing.
What's the
benefit of it
coveted
being
sub.
so big?
I've had this sub. I foolishly traded it for something else. I won't mention what. This to me is the most greatest modern sub, the 14060. Clean, just how it's supposed to look. Two-liner. But just as me. No, just my opinion. It doesn't mean that it's the best one out there. Just me.
Look, when it comes to that, I think still to this day, one in the more affordable category without going into the stratosphere, I think 14060 is the best way to get into the two-liner, which I like the no date because I'm an aesthete at the end of the day. I care about horology, yes. I care about, certain functionality, yes. But when it comes to watch design, I really prefer a certain sense of balance. I cherish beauty and simplicity. I enjoy a Submariner no date for that reason, not only because it's the original, not only because it's come before, but because especially as a two-liner, the dial has nothing that it doesn't need and everything that it needs, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
What about Daytonas then? Which one would you say? What about Daytonas then in that regard? Which is the one for you in them?
In terms of obtainable, for me at least, at a realistic.
the money aside, just like
I think even figuring in the money, I kind of have a soft spot for 5-digit. I romanticize a lot of the hand wound, pieces, big red, 6265, 6263, all of these beautiful 6239, everything. But I do like the 16520, especially with the white dial. I think that to me is one of the most beautiful Daytonas ever made, and I think it's a great compromise also between true vintage and modern. It's like just perfect neo vintage watch.
Can you just repeat that for me? What was it? The 11652, or was it, Lord? Was it the one?
No.
What was it?
It's the Zenith one. So 1652.
Oh, the Zenith. So it's not this one. It's not this one. It's not the Zenith.
I like that too. But I prefer the 16520. Yeah, that's a beautiful one.
There you go.
Nice. Oh, we see a little bit of poly hair.
The receding hairline.
And even the forehead. Even the forehead. Yeah, that's a beautiful watch, man. Wear it in great health. Love it.
I say I don't believe in just putting them in the safe. Believe in wearing them.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I think, again, of course, black dial is quintessential Rolex, but I just think there's something very beautiful and elegant about the white dial on the Daytona. So I do prefer that.
I can understand why people think the black dials, on the steel bezel ones, I can understand people thinking the black dial one stands out a bit more, breaks up that steel look. But when you was going about football, the reason I went for this white dial one was because of Antonio Conte. He has that, don't you? Same one.
Conte has a lot of nice watches. Yeah, some of which I even posted on my Instagram before.
Yeah, it's better. Obviously, when I bought it, it predates you putting it on Instagram. But yeah, I think I've seen that you put. In fact, I've not really seen many of his other watches. Mostly, what I see him wearing is this, the white dial one, the white dial Daytona. Mostly, that's what. I'm assuming he owns a lot more, but that's what most of the time when you Google him, he's wearing that, isn't it? The 116520 with the white dial. That's what I see Antonio Conte wearing. That's what made me like it. When he was his stint at Chelsea. When he had,
I like what I really envy about Antonio Conte is how he has better hair now than when he was still playing football.
Some sort of hair transplant probably involved though.
No, it just grew back. Paulo, what are you talking about? Just like my hair is going to grow back in about 5 years.
Fabregas was the same as that, wasn't he? Cesc Fabregas. He had a good head of hair, then it started disappearing when he was at Chelsea. And when you see him now, it's better than it ever was.
Yeah, Fabregas, when he was young, was a beautiful man, by the way, and he had a nice head of hair. But I don't know what happened in the middle there. I guess, it happens, it's like male pattern baldness. We are almost all affected by it, except for, again, beautiful people like this who seem to still have gorgeous hair. And look at those sideburns as well. Man, that's a charismatic man there.
Thank you.
Looks even more authoritative now with the Pontiff's background.
Fighters, cheaters.
Fucking hell, this can't get rid of it, can it? It grows like wildfire, doesn't it?
Girls like what?
As soon as I said, basically, as soon as as soon as you shave it off, it's come back within a few days. It's all there again.
Ah, yeah, sure. I can do whatever I want with my facial hair. It's like a playground for me.
Shave now, and in about 2 weeks, it'll be there with a full beard again.
Something, not a full beard, but very scruffy look. Yeah.
Tell you what, though, Dish, you look so much better when you get your hair cut.
Oh, thank you. I need to. Is my hair okay like that?
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
perfect. More than okay.
I tell you what, when you get your hair cut, though, right, you have it really short when you get it cut on the sides. Why do you not get it cut a bit more on top?
Because I like having a long top. I don't know. I just like it. It's like 90s, 80s kind of look.
Yeah, but you're like me. You've got really wiry, thick hair. I just think if you'd had a couple of inches took off top, it grows back pretty quick anyway. You'd look so much better when you have it cut. Get a bit more off top cut.
Yeah.
Not to the extent of Lord. You don't want to look like Lord, do you? Really, and completely gone.
Lord looks great. What are you talking about? Lord is like the quintessential man. Quintessential man. Lord is the quintessential man. If I were a girl, I would date Lord, man.
a little, a little. I'm not aging quite well, I have to admit. I mean, more like an avocado than fine wine. But I had my moments. I had my moments. 10 years ago, I was a beautiful man. Now,
You still are. Come on, you still are. I don't think most people will agree that you know how to dress. You also have that pizzazz. Pizzazz.
He's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
the Mishima we were talking about, the movie has that beautiful line that is attributed to him in the movie, where he says the average age for a man in the Bronze Age was 18. In the Roman era, it was 22. Heaven must have been beautiful then. Today, it must look dreadful. When a man reaches 40, he has no chance to die beautifully. No matter how he tries, he will die of decay. He must compel himself to live.
Yeah.
It's quite dark, but there's a grain of truth in there.
I was going to say it's true, yeah.
That after a certain age, it's hard. It's hard to keep up. It's a young man's game. This beauty thing.
Fucking hell,
I mean, you don't choose your face.
What's up?
You don't choose your face. You just have to do with what you have.
That's true. That's true.
Here, now I'm doing the Lord. You see?
I like the look again. You surrounded, even if it's just a backdrop, you surrounded with all these chicks, with your nice jackets and unbuttoned shirt. That was beautiful in the rap. So I hope to see you in an actual music video, perhaps, for that rap, surrounded with those women.
Thank you. I hope that you will see me in one. You might.
I hope so.
And are you doing a rap video with Curly?
Me and Curly are working. Curly and me are working on a rap. Curly is having some trouble writing the lyrics for it because he's consoling his wife, apparently. But hopefully he will get his writer's block unblocked and he will produce something that Curly can do, because I know he can do it, and he can do it good. He could fucking blast our asses off.
The one that JJ uses is his outro.
Yeah, it's mine.
Did you work on your own on that, or was Mookie working with you on it?
I wrote it on my own, and Mookie, my producer, produced it. Yes.
Yeah, because I thought there was it came across as though there was I thought there was something more to this than, do you know what I mean? I thought, because it was really well produced.
Yeah, because that's really Mookie. Well. Mookie is the Dr. Dre of the Ultraverse, so yeah, obviously that was good produced.
See, that was pretty good from Mookie, because a lot of the stuff I've seen from Mookie has been clips that he's put together of what Archie said or Mike or whatever. That was a bit different to those clips.
His abilities are many, so he can do these clips, and he can do rap producing, which he's very good at it. So yeah.
Yeah, it is good. It's probably underestimated it as to how good it was, really, because and it was different to how he does the like I say, how he does the clips from the Archieverse. It was different. So shows he's got more to his more in his locker than you think.
Whew. He's got much more than you think. I'm not revealing anything, but Mookie is a very interesting man. I would say that, and leave it at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure what we are seeing in terms of those, montages, for which, of course, he wrote an algorithm, basically like a search engine that harvests that information, and then I think that's significant. But the way he edits and puts everything together in terms of comedic timing, in terms of again, in terms of the production value, it's amazing. So,
yep.
and you can see that sense of humor. MTS is the only living person to have helped build the Great Pyramids of Egypt. It was hard.
What's that? What?
Sorry?
What's up?
What has actually happened with Watch That On? Because I don't know anything at all. I know you don't want. There's certain things you might not want to talk about, but
What's the question? I don't know what's the question. I don't understand the question here.
I don't know if I'm still. Sorry, fucking hell. No, I'm just wondering, like,
What's going on?
I just think that he's was here today, gone tomorrow.
With who?
It's not necessarily a question for you, Lord. Either for this, if he wants to answer it.
No, but I didn't understand what was the question.
Where's he disappeared to, basically?
Oh, you mean Watch Nicholas?
And why?
Oh, I don't actually know, but maybe this can help. I didn't.
Listen, my answer is that I don't know what happened with him because he hasn't told me anything. But I wish him the best because for me, he has always been a good friend and supporter, and I love him dearly. That's what I can say about Watch Nicholas. And I hope he will return, and I believe he will return because he's like the phoenix. He always goes down, then he rises up again from the sand. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I think look, Watch Nicholas does a great show. It has its unique flavor. It certainly has its place. I hope it returns in some way. I hope he will return in some way.
I believe it will. I believe, but yes.
The thing that I've noticed, and a couple of people I've spoke to, I mean, these are obviously my thoughts, only my thoughts. Is some of the things that we've been hearing about why he's disappeared is possibly not all it appears to be.
I don't know, pal. I'm not gonna go into it. I don't know much. I know as much as you, actually. I wasn't involved in this because I was preoccupied with my own elf stuff, so I really don't know.
Yeah, of course.
I just hope he's okay and he's happy and he's satisfied and he's doing what he wants to do in his life.
Yeah, and same here. Again, I wish him nothing but the best, but I really don't know even the circumstances. So
he has done a lot for the community, more than we even know, and I will never forget what he's done for me personally. So that's on a personal note, Yeah. Any other questions I might satisfy you with an answer, Pauli?
I'm just thinking. I just think it's very. I asked a question on Doc's Reports channel about this, and the question I asked was, let me think about it. So I asked the question: was Watch Nicholas's channel disappearing or going offline anything to do with Crapit or Doc's Report striking his channel? And then the second question I asked was, part of that was, could that have anything to do with the fact that Paul Pluter or Archie Luxury retaliated with a strike against them? And the answer I got from Docs on there, which is the only time I've ever really watched him, was we didn't strike. We didn't strike Watch Nicholas.
The chat is answering you a correct answer from what I know. That Doc's report, for all he does, he doesn't know a lot about what's happening in the community. So I wouldn't go to him for answers about this subject because it's complex, I guess. I don't know. Again, I don't know what happened to Nicholas.
Well,
again, I'm best.
It can be complex. It can be complex as you want to make it. It can be as simple as you want to make it. There was two reasons that I heard that the Watch Nicholas channel went down. One was that he got a job, and the second one was that Crappy or Docs had his channel struck, and so it went down. There's certain things that were being talked about. So when I asked that to Docs on there, whether he was being very calculative and careful with what he said, was that him and Crappy had nothing to do with it being struck. So I thought, well, if it's not been them and it hasn't been struck, the only other option is a job. And I thought, well, he's probably had job opportunities before and not taken them. So I think, well, if them two options are off the table, it makes me think there's possibly something else going on.
Well, as people on the chat are saying, no, Mookie, who is quite knowledgeable on the subject, is saying no strike. So I will take that and go with that. I don't know why. Maybe he's seeking for a job, and
no
if he
strike.
is, I wish him luck. No strike. No strike.
Right, so there's no strike and there's no job. Then obviously it's like, well, no. Both wrong. Yep, okay. I thought they were both wrong.
I didn't say no job. I don't know. Maybe there is a job. Nicholas is very talented, as you well know. So I'm sure that he can find something that suits his skills. And
I'm not saying you are. I'm just assuming that what OG Baby Girl's saying there is like, no, both wrong. So then the channel's gone down for another reason, which to me would, if it was one of those two reasons, they're pretty simple reasons. If it's another reason, it's a bigger, more interesting and complex reasons to why the channel's disappeared.
Yeah.
I think, Mookie answered it in the best way that we all can, I guess. I don't know anything. Even if I knew, I would probably not divulge personal details of another person, on air. But I think that's as
the thing is, Lord,
as coherent as it gets. That's all fake news, Paulie. He is just doing real life stuff.
The thing
is,
Lord,
anything, but I don't want to pry.
If I thought you knew the real answer, Lord, I know I'm not stupid. Well, say I'm smart. I'm not saying I'm smart, but I'm smart enough to know that the question I'm asking you, I know you would know how to answer it in the right way. So I'm not putting you on the spot because I'm well aware that if you knew the answer, you'd still word it in the right way that was appropriate with a lot of people listening, or potentially a lot of people listening anyway.
Nice. No, again,
sounds like
don't.
We've got enough.
I don't like. I don't like speculating. I don't want to be misunderstood in any way. Again, I think he does something unique. I think his show has a lot of potential. And if it's the right thing for him, if it's the right time for him, I think he will come back at a certain point. But I don't have any background information, and I don't like speculating about things that I don't know. That's just not in my nature. It's not only about this issue. I don't like talking about things that I don't know.
The only thing I felt that was peculiar with it was that you would take his channel down. If he was going to be gone and come back, you'd think you'd just leave your channel idle and then come back when you're ready, wouldn't you? Bit of a strange one to actually take the channel down.
I mean, at this point, I think in terms of what channels that are loosely associated with this community, I'm only subscribed to this and the Watch Art Side, the Bill Sanders channel. So I don't even know what channel is on when, and JJ's Watch Hangout, of course. So those are the channels. I don't even know when other channels go live. You know, whether they exist, how many subscribers they have. I don't know. I don't even care. So that being said, I didn't even know that his channel disappeared. I thought it was just inactive.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it doesn't concern me one way or another. I know he provides some value. I know he puts out something different, and it has a place.
Do you know what you mentioned JJ's channel? I was chatting to Danny, Certi Danny, earlier on, and one of the things that we sort of discussed about that was when you think of the this is again, this is my, me talking here, not you. When you think of the panelists that you've got on JJ's channel, you think of people that are astute, sort of either watch buyers or business people or whatever. Well, business people initially that could afford to buy certain watches, and but what I often think with them is they come across as people that are they're not like Tanzil or Pine Baron, CB, people you think with a lot of money come across that way, and you think, well, certain things I've learned about them from watching over the years, that they're in a position to talk sort of sense over the watches that they're buying and that. But have they ever really been in a position where they've had to, make it from nothing? Because I don't necessarily see that. I see a lot of like Birmingham and Ali Razor and REG and that on the Toyota Mo Captain, and I think sometimes they come across as though sort of like your average Joe that's made it and are making sensible, astute purchases. But then I think, well, and you sort of can't get to the level that they've been at if you've come from nothing in one lifetime. There must have been sort of a background where they've had the money to be able to risk what they've got and invest more to make it big.
Quick, since Memovox is so nice here and he highlighted a lot. Again, usually I do it with super chats, but since we are coming to the end of the show and I like Memovox, I will make this exception. This is one of my favorite watches. I have just actually presented a couple of different versions of this to my Patreon subscribers in an exclusive episode. What I really like about the Da Vinci Perpetual Calendar was the ideal it represented, right? Günther Blümlein, when he led the company, truly believed in what he called the democratization of complications, making these sorts of complicated wristwatches available to a broader base of collectors. And that was certainly the case in stainless steel. Still, you can find stainless steel IWC perpetual calendar chronographs, the reference 3750, on a matching stainless steel bracelet for around $9,000, which is an incredible deal for a perpetual calendar chrono. And when they introduced it in 1985, IWC was only the second company after Patek Philippe to produce a perpetual calendar chronograph in serial production. So in the meantime, from 85 to 95, which is when this model came out, reference 3751, in 1992, building on the same base of the Valjoux 7750, this time Kurt Klaus's protege, Richard Habring, made a module for the split-second chronograph, for the Rattrapante, for what the Germans call Doppelchronograph, right? For the two chronograph hands that you can see on this watch. So IWC graced us on the 10th anniversary of the Da Vinci Perpetual Calendar Chrono with the 10th hand, which made it a perpetual calendar split-second chronograph, which is in a way so rarefied that it is in most instances hard to find it in anything less than 6 figures. So take a look at this watch. It's beautiful. I have recently seen one around, $17,000-$18,000 on Chrono 24. It's a great option. In yellow gold, it's a little easier to find. In platinum, it was made in 500 examples and carries a little bit of a premium, which I think if you are shooting for that segment is absolutely worth it. You can find one right under 25K in platinum. And what I really like about this watch, again, especially in platinum, is it's very elegant and in a way balanced, but it's also a beautiful chunk of metal on your wrist. It has a very unique design with those hooded lugs, which give it a presence larger than what 39 millimeters indicates. And it's 15 millimeters thick. So you get a nice hunk of metal on your wrist. And I actually love the bull's head execution of the split second that gives it, again, this 10 to 2 o'clock. So there's an order in that chaos. The balance of the dial is immaculate, with the 4 subdials. I love the 4-digit expression of the date. And it was a fantastic marketing ploy by Günther Blümlein and his associates to enclose in the full set the numbers for the next century in a sealed vial, because it's a perpetual calendar chronograph, right? You set it, you don't need until the next century to display the 4-digit correct year. But if you make it, and if the watch makes it to the next century, and the proposition is that it will, you can get the extra digits added to, for the 22nd century, which was amazing. I mean, that's just genius. So this is one of my favorite watches of all time. They have an example of it in yellow gold at lot number 894. And it does actually come apparently with the original presentation box, certificate, warranty card, instruction manual, and year digit component, that sealed vial that I was talking about, that makes the watch ready for the 22nd century. And this is number 615. I believe the yellow gold one was like 1,500 examples, maybe 1,000. I'm not sure, but the platinum, I know for a fact that it's 500 pieces. And the estimated value on this is 75,000 to 150,000 in Hong Kong dollars. And at the low end, that comes down to 9,575 US dollars, just about. So amazing. I love it. All right. Yeah, that's a scene. Thank you. But I came well prepared, Memovox, so it's not fair. But hey, Paulway already gassed me up by saying this is watch poetry, so I had to live up to it at a certain moment.
He should have been super chime for that.
Don't be like that, Paulway. I love you. I know, I agree, but I appreciate Memovox. Thanks for bringing us back to watches again, Memovox. And Mookie, Mookie said I didn't have drama discussion on YB on my bingo card this weekend. and my response to that was, at least it's slightly less controversial than the role of Soviets at the end of World War II. So I guess that's as good of a closing as we could have. I'm going to wait for this to come back because I don't want to close the show without him present. But I think we are just about ready to wrap up. So I would really appreciate it, everybody, if you could hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It makes all the difference in the world. If you could, if you haven't subscribed, please do that. That means the world to me because I'm really trying to push it hard to reach different levels of exposure. So share the content if you could. If you're already a member, send some of the shorter videos to friends, other enthusiasts, collectors that you know. If you have it in you, feature it in your Instagram stories, etc. I would really appreciate that. And you know, this channel is, again, completely independent, absolutely autonomous. I'm not in anyone's pockets. You know, I don't have gray markets profiteers or dealers lining my pockets and forcing me to feature certain kinds of watches. I freely feature all the auction houses because, once again, I'm not employed by any one of them. But that also means that, you know, not only I am fully in your service, I'm also at your behest. So the channel basically lives and survives, and hopefully in the future will thrive, thanks to your contribution. So if you can, you know, if you're able, I appreciate all the super chats, and we had quite a number tonight with this Chili Badger, OG Baby Girl, Real World Curly, this again, and JB making very valuable contributions. I appreciate anyone and everyone who made their interjections, asked their questions, and made their points in the chats. I thank Meech, This, and Pawe for participating on the panel. And if you would like to, again, contribute more directly using PayPal or Cash App, the information is available in the video description. It is now rolling in that crawling ticker. I have also posted links in the chat, so I appreciate all your support. Sorry.
Well, Lord, do you think that somebody should really be given a $5 super chat to end the show?
Well,
I think they should.
Are we threatening them? Like I will not end the show. I will not end the show. Should I say that? I will not end the show unless you give me $5 more.
That's it. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's my opinion. It's not Lord's. I think somebody should really give a $5 super chat to close the show out, and then he can really, you know, just press the end button. Then as soon as you've, you know, he can acknowledge you, and then he can end it. But that's how the show should be closed out.
Send money now, in the immortal words.
Send money, yeah. Send money now, motherfuckers.
This, what would you like to add? Anything really, whatever is on your mind, before we close the show.
Okay. First thing I want to say that I hope that nobody was in any way offended by our World War II discussion. It was really meant to be, you know, historical, from an historical viewpoint, not about the semantics, liberated, not liberated. And obviously it was liberated. The Russians liberated the camps. Second, I want to say every person who fought against the evil forces in World War II, respect to them. Anyone who died, who got injured, anyone, we need to always remember that people who made sacrifices. So we could sit today here and talk about watches and watch Nicholas, and that's not a given. That's something that is really, we tend to forget it sometimes. And I'm not trying to be like holier than thou or something like that. Just sometimes we forget it, and that's why we have Memorial Day in
Right.
the U.S. We have the Memorial Day in Russia, in other places in Britain. I'm sorry for the voices out. This is all my notifications running
No,
off.
no, it's okay. It's okay.
Third of all, peace in the Middle East and peace in the watch community. That's what I can say. Love and hug everybody, and no fucking wars, because we have enough wars outside. Let's just talk watches and have fun with each other, whatever
I,
differences we might have with each other. And that's
I
what I
completely agree. And also, again, to recognize, because yes, the conversation caught a lot of people off guard, including myself, but it didn't come out of nowhere, right? This wanted to recognize Memorial Day, which is, of course, our holiday, uh, the sacrifices that we are commemorating, recalling, and in a way paying tribute to this long weekend that we get in the US. So it didn't come out of nowhere. Again, this just meant to recognize the historical importance of what was the sacrifices that were made at the end of World War II. So again, we didn't want to if we didn't want to really stump a particular political point or hurt anyone or offend anyone. And I think, again, I think we were careful enough, but even then, we may have used certain words that maybe rubbed certain people off the wrong way. That wasn't our intention. So for my part, I'm sorry if something like that happened. But again, this is an open platform, especially on days where there is the occasion, there's a reason, especially when we can come prepared. I'm happy to have any sort of discussion and open it to all kinds of viewpoints. There are of course, red lines. There are certain subjects that I won't, take, oh, let's discuss both sides kind of thing. But ultimately, it's always open, especially when someone like this brings it to the platform. I would never want to shut it down.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate this. Thank you, baby girl, for your contribution, for your super chat, and for your support. Please upvote. Fourth, yeah, because this talked in 3 points, and the fourth point is upvote. Thank you so much, Mike the Snake. Appropriate discussion considering the holiday. Appreciate your understanding, baby girl. All right. Take care, Chili. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think I'm going to end, unless Pauli really wants to fight tooth and nail for that $5 super chat, because I can barely stand at this point, having been up for more than 4 hours now.
Well, I still stand by it that somebody should super chat $5 and then we'll end it. But if nobody wants to do it, Lord, we've asked.
Mike the Snake says it was an enjoyable conversation talking about another topic than watches, helps us understand and get to know you guys better as people. That's cringe, Mike the Snake. I don't want you to know me intimately or personally. What are you talking about?
That's the first serious comment I've ever seen from Mike the Snake. Usually when I see Mike the Snake in the chat, he's...
Oh, Mookie, $5. It's
There you go.
hard. It's hard. It's hard. It is hard. And on that note, guys,
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. And thank you, Mookie. I really appreciate you all. This was a great conversation. Thanks to my great panelists as well. This, Pauli, and earlier, Big Meech. Love you all. I'll see you tomorrow in the next one. Take care.
Good night.
Good night.